Good afternoon. I'd like to call this Tampa City Council meeting to order. Mr. Shelby, do you have anything to read, sir?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Martin Shelby, City.
Wait, sir.
sorry.
Roll call first.
Roll call.
I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
Carlson.
Here.
Goods.
Here.
Hurtak. Citro.
Here.
Vieira. Vieira.
Here.
Miranda. And Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a fiscal quorum.
Thanks, Mr. Shelby.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Tonight's meeting, April 14th, is here with an in-person quorum, and members of the public may participate here in City Council, either by attending in person in City Council chambers at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, or virtually through video teleconferencing, referred to by Florida statutes and rules as communication media technology. Now, please be advised that pre-registration is necessary to participate virtually in a public hearing on quasi-judicial or legislative matters, and for more information about the ability to participate in public hearings via CMT, detailed instructions on how to participate is at tampa.gov/quasi. A reminder that in order to participate via CMT, you must have access to a communications media device such as a tablet or a computer equipped with a camera or microphone that will enable you to be seen by video and heard by audio by the City Council and all other participants. For these specific two-way virtual meetings, cell phones and smartphones are not compatible, as they will not allow you to share your camera when connected. Again, if you do need assistance, that information is available on the City Council's webpage and also in the agenda of tonight's meeting. Also, Council, I would ask that you if you have any ex parte communications, that you do disclose them, and if you receive any communications electronically during the meeting relative to tonight's hearing, that you immediately disclose them, please. A reminder to the public to not communicate with the City Council members electronically during the course of the meeting outside of the parameters of this public hearing. That being said, also, if you are on the GoToMeeting platform appearing virtually, please be reminded that the chat section is not to be communicating with City Council members. It is only for technical difficulties and technical issues. So with that all being said, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask Council to make a motion to waive the rules to allow CMT participation consistent with
We
the...
have a motion from Councilman Good, second from Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And also, Mr. Chairman, my understanding is Council Member Vieira is online, and a motion to allow him to participate virtually,
So
please.
moved.
Second. Motion from Councilman Citro, second from Councilman Good. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
All right.
Move to open public hearings.
Motion to open items 1 through 13. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Goods. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. Before we begin, I know there's some housekeeping. From what I see here, unless there's more, items 3 and 4, there's a request for continuance to May 12th, and item number 9 is an email to withdraw. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. If you want to take those up first, we can do that. I have a request after if you take care of those.
Okay, so we'll start with item number 3 and 4. We have a letter from Mr. Tyler Hudson, and this is a request to continue to May 12th.
Is Mr. Hudson? I see him
He's
here.
right there. All right.
Good evening, Council. My name is Tyler Hudson, and my address is 400 North Ashley Drive. I do not like to ask for continuances, so I'd like to just briefly explain why we need one. The GTE Credit Union Complex near downtown, adjacent to Encore, Henderson Avenue runs through that. If you guys can see on the overhead.
If you want to pull that up.
I don't know what to press. Henderson Avenue, there's an opportunity to reconnect Henderson Avenue.
There it is. It's on.
You guys got it?
Yep.
There's an opportunity to really reconnect Henderson Avenue as part of the street grid in this area. In yellow is where the subject site is. That's actually been vacated. What the mobility department of the city wants us to do is give that back to the city to essentially open up Henderson there. And that would leave just the portion in blue, which is the Mobley Park Apartments, as the last remaining item that would need to get resolved to reconnect the grid here. So I thought 30 days would be enough to handle the open issues, and that's my fault that it wasn't, but I'm very confident that by May 12th, we'll have everything in order with mobility to present the site plan that shows the return of Henderson Avenue back to the city so that eventually can be reconnected. And I'm happy to answer any questions, but thank you for your consideration.
Wait, do we have anybody here to speak just on the continuance for 3 and 4? The item will be heard May 12th. We're not gonna be hearing it tonight. All right, we have a yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Ms. Miranda, you said you were going to make a motion. Thank you.
Second.
What, the date and time again, please?
May 12th, 5:01 PM, and the motion was from Councilman Miranda, with the second from Councilman Citro, for items number 3 and items number 4 to be continued to that date, May 12th, 2022, 5:01 PM. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
We're going to have to do a roll call.
Roll call?
We're going to have to do a roll call because Mr. Vieira is
Okay.
remote.
Roll call then?
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Viera,
No, he's away.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried with Viera being absent at vote.
All right, and the next item, there's a request to withdraw, I believe it's Mr. Michelini, sir? Item number 9? Or do you just want to go by the email from Mr.
Yeah,
Dwayne
good evening,
Milford?
council. I'm not really sure how my name got on this, but
Oh,
it's
okay.
not my project.
Okay,
but-
all right,
but-
sorry, it says it
But if they
here.
want to withdraw it, that's fine with me.
We agree, there's a mistake there with your name. So, all right, we have an email from Dwayne Milford, the applicant's representative, requesting to withdraw said hearing, item number 9. Do we have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Citro. Roll call?
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Viera, Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried with Viera being absent at vote.
All right. Yes, sir.
If you're going to be going into the meeting, the hearings tonight, Mr. Chairman, I just want to make sure this is clear for the record, that council received newly revised revision sheets on certain hearings tonight, and I'd like to ask council, after I, rather than do them individually, just read it into the record, and council move to accept the substitution for the revision sheets, the revised revision sheets.
All right.
And that would be item number 5, REZ 21-46, item number 6, REZ 21-85, REZ 21-99 is number 7, then number 11, REZ 22-19, item 12, REZ 22-20, and lastly, REZ 22-21, number 13. And these have been provided to the clerk, and they have been uploaded to SIRE.
All right.
Motion to substitute the revision sheets.
Motion to substitute these
So moved,
revision
Mr.
sheets. We
Chairman.
have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, roll call, but
Hurtak,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Viera, Maniscalco,
yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried with Viera being absent at vote.
All right. Item number 1. Item number 1. All right, Danny Collins is on the line. Go ahead, sir.
May I share my screen, please? Good evening, council. This is Danny Collins with your planning commission staff. Today I'll be presenting a comprehensive plan map amendment. It's Tcc Pm 2114. The subject site is located in the central Tampa planning district. It's shown here on our locational map. It's within the old West Tampa neighborhood, and it's within the West Tampa National Historic District. Here's an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding properties. You'll see this subject site's outlined in this black color. Presently, there is the Bustilla and Diaz Brothers Cigar Factory, which is located on the northwestern portion of the subject site. The subject site is generally at the northwest corner of North Albany Avenue and West Walnut Street. The surrounding area is predominantly residential in character. There are detached single-family residential uses directly to the north, to the east, south, and west of the subject site. As you move north along Albany Avenue, there is another cigar factory just north of the subject site. The subject site is also 1 block east of North Howard Avenue. This segment of North Howard Avenue contains predominantly non-residential uses. Here is an image of the subject site. This is the Bustillo and Diaz Brothers Cigar Factory, which is located, like I said, at the northwest corner of the subject site. This is an image just looking east at the site from North Albany Avenue. Here's an image looking at the southern portion of the plan amendment site from North Albany Avenue. Here's another image. This is looking southwest at the plan amendment site from West Pine Street. This is looking east on West Pine Avenue, or I'm sorry, West Pine Street. The plan amendment site is on our right. This is looking northeast at the plan amendment site from the intersection of West Walnut Street and North Albany Avenue. This is looking north along North Albany Avenue. This is the subject site shown here on the right. Just a quick background. This is a privately initiated amendment. It was originally part of the May 2021 cycle of plan amendments. It's small scale in size. It's approximately 1.33 acres. Currently, the subject site has a split land use. About half the site is recognized under the light industrial designation, and the remaining portions of the site are recognized under the residential 35 designation. The request today is to recognize the entire site under the residential 35 designation. Here is the adopted future land use map. You'll see this gray at the northern portion of the subject site represents the light industrial designation, which is approximately makes up 0.67 acres of the subject site. The remaining 0.66 acres is the residential 35 that is shown at the eastern portion of the site, and then at the southern portion of the site at the intersection of Walnut Street and North Albany. The surrounding area is predominantly residential 35. That R35 is to the north, east, south, and west of the subject site. As you move south along North Albany Avenue, there are parcels recognized under the residential 20. And then further south are parcels recognized under the community commercial 35 designation. I do want to note that, 1 block to the north of the subject site, shown in this gray color, is a parcel recognized under the light industrial designation. There are approximately 2 blocks east of the site is North Rome Avenue. And there are some parcels that are recognized under the NMU 35 and light industrial and R35 designation. The request would would remove the light industrial portions of the site and recognize the entire site under the residential 35 designation. Here's a slide showing the potential impacts of the proposed change. Currently, the subject site can be considered for 23 dwelling units, or just over 61,000 square feet of non-residential development. Currently, residential uses cannot be considered on the light industrial portions of the site. As proposed under the residential 35 designation, the site can be considered for a maximum of 46 dwelling units, or 34,759 square feet of non-residential uses. Non-residential uses under the residential 35 designation would have to meet locational criteria that's defined in the comprehensive plan. The Planning Commission reviewed the request and found it consistent with several policies in the comprehensive plan. It was consistent with the city design and city planning strategy in promoting a compact compact residential development. It was consistent with the urban village policies, directing the greatest share of growth to those urban villages. It's also consistent with policies that kind of speak to adaptive reuse within the urban villages. The request was found consistent with the multifamily residential areas, housing sections of the plan by promoting housing within the urban villages. And also it was consistent with infrastructure, specifically infrastructure policy 1.17, which directs growth to those urban villages. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission recommends that the proposed map amendment be found consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions of the gentleman? Hearing none? Yes, sir.
Frank Hall with your city planning staff. As I've placed in front of you some updates to our original comments. We have no objection to the request. I just wanted to add some additional meat to our initial comments. If you take a quick look at the review criteria for the plan amendments, per the comprehensive plan excerpts mentioned previously, we'll have support for additional residential infill, and especially with areas that are a proximity rather to employment, services, and transit. On the second page, you'll note that we added under Section A that portions of the subject site, including the properties north, south, east, and west, are designated residential 35. So that is again supporting this request. Down to Section B, subject site is within a quarter mile of the designated transit corridor. The closest transit stop is located 1 block to the west of the subject site on North Howard. I believe that's Route 14. And then if we go all the way down to towards the bottom, item number 2 rather, you'll see that based on historical development patterns of the area and the age of the structures and the location of the subject parcels in relation to the core neighborhoods of the city, the staff believes that the R35 land use category is in the best interest of the neighborhood and the city as a whole. And I just wanted to leave those in for the record.
All right, any questions? Thank you very much. Next up, Mr. Mechanic.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, council members. My name is David Mechanic. I'm here on behalf of the property owner and the applicant. You just heard very, very thorough reports from the Planning Commission staff and the city staff, and I will not go ahead and repeat all those same points. I would just like to emphasize that this property is in the West Tampa Urban Village. It is a place where you want to encourage urban infill development, and you will shortly see a rezoning application where we are proposing on this property an appropriate urban infill development. And I would just like to point out that we're asking for residential 35. The properties on all sides of this property are designated residential 35, so it is entirely compatible with the area. And with that, I will be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions for the gentleman? Remember, there's a traveling rezoning with this, so. Any questions? Nope. Do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item? This is item number 1.
Close?
We have a motion to close from Councilmember Good, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. All right. Councilmember Miranda, would you mind reading item number 1?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. File number TA/CPA 2114. Orders being presented for first reading. An ordinance amending the Image 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan, future land use element, future land use map for the property located at 2111 North Albany Avenue from light industrial, LI, and residential 35, R-35 parentheses, to residential -35, R-35 parentheses, providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing an effective date. Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilman Citro. Roll call vote.
Carlson,
Yes.
Vieira,
Didn't hear him.
Vieira,
You're muted, sir.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Hertag,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
and Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 5th at 9:30 a.m.
Mr. Shelby.
Mr. Chairman, if staff is able to and is prepared to, we can go, if Mr. Mechanic wishes, to item number 6.
6.
Is that something, Mr. Mechanic?
That would be fine.
But before we do, if you're gonna speak on anything else on the agenda, we are now in our quasi-judicial hearings. Please stand and raise your right hand so we'll swear everybody in at once. All right. We'll go to item number 6, Mr. Mechanic. We'll begin with, okay.
Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank
All right.
you.
Zain Hussein.
Thank you so much. This is Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. Going over agenda item number 6, case REZ 21-85. This is for the proposed rezoning at the location 2111 North Albany Avenue. Proposed rezoning from CI, Commercial Intensive, RM16, Residential Multifamily, and RS50, Residential Single Family, to PD, Planned Development, Residential Single Family Attached, and Residential Multifamily. I'll now pass it along to the Planning Commission.
Mr. Collins.
May I share my screen?
Yep. All right, go ahead.
Danny Collins, again with your Planning Commission staff, have been sworn in. Our next case is in the Central Tampa Planning District, and more specifically in the West Tampa Urban Village. The subject's, or Ray Park is the closest recreation facility, being located within a quarter mile to the northwest of the subject site. Transit is located to the north along North Howard Avenue. This route provides connections to west and downtown Tampa. This rezoning is a companion amendment, or is a companion rezoning with TCCPA 2114, which we just heard, and only can move forward if that was eventually approved. Here's an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding properties. Again, the subject site's located at the northeast corner of Walnut Street, North Albany Avenue. Surrounding area is predominantly residential in character, and again, there's a scar factory that presently occupies the subject site. Here is the adopted future land use map. With the approval of TCCPA 2114, the entire site would be recognized under the residential 35 designation. That R35 surrounds the site on both sides. Planning Commission staff reviewed the request and found it consistent with a number of policies in the comprehensive plan. The applicant is redeveloping a cigar factory, which is eligible for historic designation for multifamily uses. The comprehensive plan encourages sustainable development and preservation of historic structures through adaptive reuse. The applicant is utilizing land use policy 5.1.7 to propose 21 multifamily residential units within the cigar factory. The Planning Commission staff requests that the applicant provide a note referencing land use policy 5.1.7 on the site plan between first and second reading. City's comprehensive plan encourages the design and development of single-family attached and multifamily projects, including orientation of the front doors to a sidewalk and street. The orientation of the front doors to all attached single-family units are oriented toward a sidewalk and street. Additionally, the entrance to the existing cigar factory is oriented and connects to the sidewalk on North Albany Avenue. Therefore, Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with this policy direction. Additionally, the PD provides internal pedestrian connections so pedestrians can safely access the amenities provided within the site, but also can access transit and commercial services provided along North Howard Avenue, which is a transit emphasis corridor. The comprehensive plan, the request will promote a residential development pattern consistent with the compact city form strategy with increased availability of housing at densities that promote walking and transit near employment concentrations, residential services and amenities. Furthermore, the request will add additional housing choices within the old West Tampa neighborhood while protecting the character of the West Tampa Historic District. Based on these considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Collins? Hearing none? Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination, case REZ 21-85. The applicant here is Dave Mechanic. I'll go ahead and share what I have, see if it's, can you see the, what's on? Great.
Not yet. activate the, there it is.
Wonderful. So there are 5 waivers being requested, mostly to do with either natural resources, urban design, or transportation here. Sharing again, you'll see an overhead view of the parcel here outlined in red. Around the parcel, you'll have residential single-family homes. To the north, to the north, you'll have RM16, and to the south, east, and west, you'll have RS50. The whole entire subject parcel is 61,162 square feet, or 1.4 acres. Part of the lot here is vacant, as I'll show you on the site plan. Part of the lot is vacant, and part is a cigar factory at this current time. It's located at the intersection of North Albany Avenue, West Pine Street, and West Walnut Street. The proposed project, as I'll show you the next screen. Beautiful. Proposed project is for 21 residential multifamily units within the existing cigar factory. And then also, you'll have 10 single-family attached units to the south. As you'll see, the proposed parking is to the east. The building height for the proposed townhomes to the south is 38 feet tall. The existing cigar factory is 48 feet tall. A total of 69 parking spaces are required, and 66 parking spaces are being provided. Vehicular access is provided on West Pine Street and West Walnut Street. Moving along, you'll see the elevations to the north, south, east, and west. And then as I went out to the site, I'll share some pictures. The current site, as you see here, public notice signs are up, cigar factory. To the south of the site and north of the site, those residential single-family homes we talked about. I went to the north side of the site and took pictures of the vacant lot, and also the east of the site where the residential single-family homes are. And then also, here you go, another view of the site, the cigar factory, and the west of the site, you'll have residential single-family homes running north and south. Development review and compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the overall request inconsistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Modifications to the site plan must be completed by the applicant between first and second reading, and also follow all revisions on the revision sheet if approved by council. Thank you. I'm here for any questions.
Any questions? Did you find an inconsistency because of the parking?
We found it inconsistent due to the number of waivers for natural resources and transportation.
Okay. All right, any other questions? Nope. Thank you very much. Mr. Mechanic.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, council members. My name is David Mechanic, here on behalf of the property owner and applicant. I have with me the property owner, Omar Garcia, Ralph Schuler, the architect, and Ricky Pederica, the arborist, should there be any questions for him. I would just like to state for the record that we do agree with the recommended revisions, and I would point out that most of the revisions, which we intend to make, resolve the majority of the inconsistencies regarding the application. At this time, I would like to ask Mr. Garcia to give you an overview of the project and to address our parking waiver, which I would just like to emphasize to council is a minor request, a 5% reduction in the parking.
Thank you very much. Mr. Garcia.
Good evening, City Council members. Sorry for my attire. I have a sick wife and daughter at home. So.
Your name, please, sir?
Omar Garcia.
Yes, sir.
Just wanted to say, my name is Omar Garcia. I'm one of the managing members of West Tampa Development Group. We're essentially the same group of investors that were involved in the West River Flats development and also 220 Madison in downtown Tampa. I want to give you some background on our track record and insight as to what we have in terms of parking with actual parking requirements in the area and also our background in historical preservation. West River Flats was a 135-unit apartment community located just a couple blocks away from the proposed site. When we originally purchased West River Flats in 2014, there was over 40 vacant units, basically uninhabitable. Roofs were leaking, air conditioners were about 30 years old. We did a lot of repairs to it. During that time, we also worked with Tampa Housing's North Boulevard Homes Group and Presbyterian Village to relocate some of their folks that needed to stay in the area. So we worked with them on that needed to stay in the West River area. We also worked hand in hand with the City of Tampa Police Department to make improvements to the property and basically eliminated criminal activity in the community and improve the overall neighborhood. In fact, our camera systems that we installed assisted Tampa Police Department in solving a double homicide just down the street on Walnut. Fast forward to 2020, and West River Flats was 100% occupied. We had put those 40 uninhabitable units back into service with modern upgrades. We constructed a community pool, built a dog park, replaced all the roofs, upgraded parking, and installed LED lighting throughout the property. Based on our experience at West River Flats, which is located only a few blocks away from the Bastillo Brothers and Diaz Cigar Factory, our parking ratio was 1 parking spot per apartment, which turned out to be more than sufficient for our needs. Our 220 Madison property is located across the street from the Tampa Police Department headquarters. We purchased that property in 2017. It was essentially a vacant office building with significantly deferred maintenance. In fact, part of the masonry curtain wall had actually collapsed into the Urban Cantina restaurant next door. The building had been in foreclosure several times because nobody could figure out what to do with an office building with no parking. Today, 220 has been brought back to life, and we're on our 3rd year of 100% occupancy. In a 136-bed student housing community that we had over 150 people on our waiting list. That's after being fully leased up for fall of 2021, and we're already fully leased up for fall 2022 since January. Shows you the demand. In 2020, we were awarded the Hillsborough County Planning Commission Jan Abel Award for Historical Preservation. 220 Madison is now locally and nationally designated historical landmark. And in addition, at 220 Madison, with over 136 residents, we have 0 parking. Our residents walk, Uber, skateboard, or ride a bike. Today, we are requesting your approval for rezoning from industrial to a planned development, which will restore the former Bastillo Brothers and Diaz Cigar Factory, as well as convert vacant, unused land into more housing. We believe the past industrial zoning did not fit well in what is essentially an industrial, in a residential neighborhood. The Bastillo Brothers and Diaz Cigar Factory is in a state of significant disrepair. Our plan is to preserve it by replacing all the windows, roof, repointing the brick, and like our 220 Madison property, we will be working with the City of Tampa's Historical Preservation Office to also designate the Bastillo Brothers and Diaz Cigar Factory into a locally and nationally designated historical landmark. In fact, we're working with JBV Architects, the architecture firm located in the West Tampa community, to assist us with the design. As you know, we're in a housing crisis in Tampa, and the development will help bring more housing options closer to the urban core while removing the industrial use from the residential property. We're requesting a very modest parking variance that we believe is supported by our prior projects. Like our 220 Madison community, we hope our Cigar Loft community will again be another award-winning project. We respectfully request your approval on the parking variance and other variances. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me ask you a question.
Yes,
In
sir.
that green space on your property where it's proposed to build, what is it, the 10?
10 townhomes, yes, sir.
Were there houses ever there historically that were torn down?
So I believe if you look back, there was a church there, and I'm Dennis Fernandez is probably the right guy to go to this, but I think it was St. Joseph Church at one time. If you go down the street just a couple blocks, it was Academy of the Holy Names School was the original location. I believe there was a church there. I don't know if there was any homes there at any
Okay.
point in time.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council members?
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, sir. Councilman Seeger.
I'm seeing two different site plans. One that has the parking which is diagonal parking, and one that has perpendicular, lined up in a row. Which site plan are you submitting?
It's the one that's perpendicular. The original angular one was based on the vacating of the alley, which the transportation objected to. We then left the alley and provided an easement going north, and that allowed for the change or granted the change for the reconfigured parking arrangement.
And I'm sorry, I cannot remember what Mr. Mechanic said. What's the percentage of parking spaces that you're asking for in the waiver?
I believe it's 5%.
5%?
Yes, sir.
What are you doing? I see a number of compact car spaces, and I saw there was motorcycle spaces. But what else are you doing to offset that 5%?
Obviously, we're going to have a bicycle storage area, which is actually a huge thing for our 220 Madison property. A lot of the residents use it. We expect that to be the same with this property as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? Yes, sir. Councilman Goods.
I'm familiar with that West Tampa. So is this more like student housing going up in that residential area?
It's housing for anyone, but I can tell you right now that in that area, there's a lot of UT students are already taking up housing in that area. So that's going to be obviously a potential for some students to move to the property. Yes, sir.
The reason I ask is because that's an older community where that cigar factory is.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir.
Well, I'm just saying that's an older community. I knew some of the residents are already complaining about the students already in those communities. That's why I want to know what kind of housing was going there when you kept talking about a lot of bicycles and things like that. That means, to me, that means UT students inside of communities. So I just want to see what kind of housing that was going to be there.
Well, it is, anyone is encouraged to live there. Obviously, fair housing does not allow us to select based on any kind of, but clearly there's a demand for housing in the area, both from university students and local residents. It's putting huge pressure in the area. And I think with our West River property, we were able to bring a lot of unused units back to life. We hope to do the same thing with something that's been basically sitting there vacant, unused, with no housing. We plan on having, increasing the housing stock in the area, which should hopefully alleviate housing issues in the area.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else? Do you have any renderings of what you're gonna build, those 10 units, what they're gonna look like? Do they, being that it's a brick cigar factory, is it gonna match the historic character?
I will leave those discussions to our architect. They can probably answer them in greater detail.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Okay, next up is the architect, Ralph Schuler, and he'll show you some renderings of the property and address the other waivers. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Good evening, Ralph Schuler, 2401 North Howard Avenue. I have been sworn. So it's been a lot of back and forth and refining these plans, but I'll address mainly the waivers. Of course, the parking, which was already discussed, is really only 3 spaces. And then there's a waiver for block averaging because we are in the West Tampa Overlay District, reduce. So block averaging is a standard request through that. On Walnut, we're going from a block average of 15.5, and we're actually going to 18, so we have a little bit deeper there, mainly because we have we have no alley there, so we're parking some parking to the front on West Albany, and I'll show you that real quick. Yeah, so that was this block average. This block average, there is no block average because there is nothing here except for the cigar factory itself, so that's why it seems like a funny number. The existing cigar factory now is at 29.5 feet, and we're going to setback of 5 feet. We're going to have rear-loaded townhouses here, so there is no parking off of West Albany. The next waiver is to reduce this buffer. So we are going to have an open alley. So that buffer can't be granted for 5 feet because we're going to be using it for vehicular use. So that waivers goes from 5 to 0. And then also the required 50% retention on non-wooded sites greater than 1 acre. We technically are greater than 1 acre, but we only have about four trees. Our arborist can speak more in detail to that. So we are removing more than 50% of the trees. Obviously, when you only have 4 trees, it's tough to meet that requirement. And then also, I'd like to quickly review our design proposal for the elevations. So this is, of course, the existing cigar factory. We will need to make it meet code today, of course, with fire stairs, elevators, and all the things that are required for a modern building. The west elevation, which is the main elevation on Albany, really won't change. This is beyond, so you know it's in the foreground, and then on the east elevation is where our parking is. This is going to be the main egress and ingress of the project with a stair and elevator and kind of this is still being refined, but some sort of a glass enclosure that doesn't try and mimic the existing cigar factory, but provides, again, some similar detailing to what our exterior fire stair would be. So the south elevation, which would be facing internal, and the north elevation, which is faces West Pine Street. Our elevations for the single-family attached townhouses. This is the 6 on Walnut that are facing south. They're a 3-story product with a main entrance facing the street. We do have a single 1-car garage, and that's mainly, again, because we have no access to vehicular access anywhere else on the site. And then we have some balconies on the 2nd floor, and it would be a 3-bedroom, 3.5-bath product. Similar here on the Albany Avenue, we have a slightly different looking townhouse that faces, again, west on Albany. These would all have front doors and small stoops. The entrance, they're a 2-story looking product, and with a 3rd story on the back half with a rooftop deck. And those, again, have other elevations, but we're happy to address any questions about the overall architectural design.
Is it gonna be just, yes, ma'am? Go ahead.
Yes, I think we're probably gonna ask the same question. What kind of materials are you gonna be using?
Yeah, so it's gonna be a mixture of materials. We're gonna add some brick probably at the bases, stucco, and then potentially some decorative siding.
So it'll complement the historic character of the.
Absolutely.
Very good. Any other questions or comments? All right. Mr. Mechanic, anything else before we go to public comment?
No, sir. We are concluding our presentation. Be happy
All right.
to answer.
Do we have anybody
any
from the
other
public that
questions.
wishes to speak on this item, item number 6? Yes, sir. Go ahead. Please state your name when you approach the lectern.
My name is Nathan Hagan. Good evening. It's nice to be in this room finally. I just want to say, if you've spoken to me before, you know I ride my bike for probably like 90% of the trips that I take, and I'm not a student. So I just want to highlight that there are people like me who are looking for housing that we're not paying for parking. I'm, pretty much the demographic for this. But to that end, I want to talk about the parking a little bit more. A third of this project is parking, and I live in West Tampa, and again, I ride my bike 90% of the time. I'm not saying that's for everybody, but there is a market of people who are like me, who want to live that way. And this neighborhood does not need housing for cars, it needs housing for people. So I'm a little bit disappointed to see that we're requiring a third of the lot usage to be surface lot. So those are my main comments for this.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else here to speak? Do we have anybody virtual? I know Mr. Pederica is standing by for any questions, but is there anybody else for item number 6?
No registered speakers for this item.
All right, Mr. Mechanic, do you have any rebuttal or anything at this time?
No, sir, we just respectfully request your approval. Thank you.
All right, well, before we close, I think it's an awesome project. Anybody that goes to restore a cigar factory, compliments to you because they're very, very expensive. Cigar factories, in my opinion, are West Tampa's castles because they're very unique to our area, being that we were the cigar capital of the world. And, you know, I compliment you for undertaking this big project. You know, you're restoring and preserving our history, which is important, and at the same time providing housing, which, of course, we're in great need for. So, anybody else? If not, motion to close.
Second.
Motion to close from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, Councilman Citro, would you mind reading item number 6?
Thank
Item
you.
number substitute revision sheet.
All right. Thank you very much. File number REZ 21-85. An ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 2111 North Albany Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification CI commercial intensive to RM16 residential multifamily to RS50 residential multifamily to PD planned development, residential single-family, attached, and residential multifamily, providing an effective date. That the petitioner has met the burden of proof and is compliance with applicable goals, subjects, and policies in the comprehensive plan, i.e. consistent with land use objective 9.2. It is also compliance with the Land Development Code, a purpose to promote the effective and sustainable use of land and infrastructure. And I will also include waivers and revisions between first and second reading.
And that's the substitute revision sheet?
And that's the substitute revision sheet also.
Thank
We
you.
have a motion from Councilman Citro with a second from Councilman Miranda. Roll call.
Hurtak,
You want to say?
Yes.
Wait, Councilwoman Hurtak.
I wanted to say that I too love this project, but I would personally have been willing to go further with parking waivers for that very reason. That was spoken to earlier about people in this particular area really wanting alternate uses and better use of land.
There is parking coming up. We can discuss that.
Do we have a motion from Councilman Citro, second from Councilman Miranda? Roll call, please.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
and Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 5th, 9:30 a.m.
Thank you very much. Councilman Citro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would like to also add that there were more cigar factories in West Tampa than there were in Ybor City. And I agree. Anytime we can save an historic building like a cigar factory, kudos to those people. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Don't get the Latin community upset.
As long as they don't paint it white.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. Item number 2. Oh, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess. If that's all right. She's the boss. We're gonna recess for 5 minutes. Roll call?
Carlson,
Here.
Goods, Hurtak, Cedro, Viera, Miranda, and Maniscalco.
Here?
We have physical quorum.
All right.
Vieira's here.
Vieira's here and Miranda's in the room. Okay, item number 2. Zain Hussein. Zain Hussein. Oh, there he is. There he is. Item number 2.
Thank you so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination, agenda item number 2, case REZ 21-94. This is for rezoning at the location 6107 South 4th Street. Proposed rezoning from RS60 residential single family to RS50 residential single family. I'll now pass it along to our planning commission.
Mr. Collins, go ahead.
May I share my screen?
2.
Standing Collins with your planning commission staff have been sworn in. Our next case is in the South Tampa Planning District, and more specifically in the Ballast Point neighborhood. The closest public recreation facility is Skyview Park, which is located approximately 1,000 feet to the southeast of the site. The closest transit station is located approximately 1 mile to the west at the intersection of Interbay Boulevard and South Del Mabry Highway. The site is within a level A evacuation zone and the coastal high hazard area. Here's an aerial map of the subject site and surrounding properties. Subject site's outlined in this purple color. It's generally south of West Bay Avenue and east of South McGill Avenue. You'll see the surrounding development patterns predominantly residential in character. There are some single family attached uses within the surrounding area, as well as single family detached uses just to the east of the subject site. Here's the adopted future land use map. Subject site's currently recognized under the residential 10 future land use designation, which typically allows for development up to 10 dwelling units per acre. Just to that residential 10 is to the northeast and south of the site, and then directly to the west of the site along McDill are parcels recognized under the residential 20 future land use designation. Approximately 1 block north the site on South McDill Avenue are parcels recognized under the community mixed use 35 future land use designation. Planning Commission staff reviewed the request and finds the request will not cause any adverse impacts surrounding area. South 4th Street between West Bay Avenue and West Benicker Avenue is planned for development up to 10 dwelling units per acre. The average density of the street is currently developed at a half of its anticipated density. The request is consistent with the plan's housing policies. The proposed RS50 zoning district will create additional housing opportunities in proximity to transit and employment opportunities located along South McDill Avenue. Subject site is within the coastal high hazard area. The applicant should ensure that there will be no negative impacts on hurricane evacuation times, routes, shelter demands for the residents of the proposed development, and to mitigate any negative impacts that may affect residents in the future. Overall, this rezoning will provide compatible development and contribute to the economic health of the city. Furthermore, the request is consistent with the development pattern anticipated under the residential 10 future land use designation. Based on these considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. This concludes my presentation. Available for any questions.
Any questions for the gentleman? Seeing, hearing none. Mr. Hussein.
Thank you so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination, case REZ 21-94. The applicant is Jason Sterling and Lori Duval. This being Euclidean, no waivers are required or allowed. As you see, the overhead view. Can you see the prompt?
No, we need to activate the overhead. If we could activate the overhead, we can't see it on our screen.
All right, if you look at the plat here, you'll see the 3 lots, 12, 13, and 14. Now in the RS50 district, this allows for a maximum density of 1 dwelling unit per 5,000 square feet with a minimum lot of 50 feet. 1, 2, 3. So therefore, a maximum of 3 dwelling units would be allowed on the subject parcel if all other land development regulations are met. Keeping this here, there is currently a structure on the lot. One structure. The property contains a lot area of 24,000 square feet, or approximately 0.55 acres. The site is located southwest of the intersection of West Bay Avenue and South 4th Street. As I said, the site is currently developed with 1 single-family residential lot. To the north, south, and east, to the north, south, and east of the parcel, you'll have residential single-family detached uses. And to the west of the parcel, zone RM16, you'll have residential multifamily uses. As we move to the conforming map, staff has analyzed the conforming map. Staff has identified that 57% of the lots in the studied area, 50% of the lots in the subject block, 50% of the block of 4th Street, and 75% of the block face are lot widths of 59.99 feet or less. Staff finds the proposed request for rezoning to be consistent with the existing development pattern of the overall study area and block face. Moving along to the pictures, as I went out to the site, some areas were not accessible due to gates and fences, but the subject site on the left and facing towards the intersection at West Bay Avenue and South 4th Street. To the southeast of the site, you'll see those residential homes I was talking about along 4th Street. To the southeast of the site, you'll see more residential single-family homes. And to the northeast of the site, you'll see more residential homes. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. I'm here for any questions if needed.
Do we have any questions for the gentleman? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Applicant?
Good evening, Council. Steve Michelini, representing Jason Starling as the petitioner for this project. I'd like to point out first that we have a consistent finding from both the Planning Commission and the city staff, and that any subsequent waivers would have to follow additional processes. So in the rezoning process, we're not asking for waivers and none can be granted. So we have to meet the RS50 guidelines regarding setbacks, which are 7 and 7 on each side, and 20 and 20 feet in the front and the rear. I'd like to show you a couple of photographs regarding the area. The red dot represents the existing site, and as you can see on the northwest corner is a large church and a parking lot, and then you also see multifamily here, and I have some photographs of those as well. But this is the existing property, and that we're requesting to restore the original 3 platted lots that were established in 1922. This is going around the street, going around the corner, showing you the multifamily that I just showed you on the aerial photograph. The duplexes that are also immediately in the vicinity, the church, and the church parking lot, which are also in the immediate adjacent area. We're in a residential 10 land use classification, which allows for the residential, for the RS50 to be considered. And as staff has pointed out, 57% of the area homes have been found to be less than 60 feet in width, and 75% of those on the immediate block face are less than 60 feet in width. We have a mix of townhouses, multifamily, and commercial in the immediate vicinity, and this is tucked into a corner in the rear, as I showed you on the aerial photograph. And the rear of those other multifamily, the townhouses and duplexes and the commercial properties are up to the north side. We meet all of the criteria regarding the development of this project for consideration to council, and it's been recommended favorably to you. The comprehensive plan allows for this consideration, and I'm going to go through the various comp plan provisions that are contained within the report, meeting land use objective 1.1, 1.1.8, land use objective 2.1 under city planning strategies, 2.1.2, land use objective 8.14, 8.141, and overall residential development and redevelopment criteria objectives 9.2, 9.2.1, 9.3, 9.3.8, single family area objectives 9.5, 9.151, 9.53, and adequate sites for accommodating housing 1.3, 1.34, neighborhood community plans and objectives 1.3, land use policy 1.310, hurricane evacuation plan and shelters. This typically would allow for the infill of these 3 units. The density would be below the residential 10 density that's allowed for consideration, and overall the size, height, width, and the the scale would be the same, with a limit of 35 feet in height, which is typical for this area. I would be happy to answer any questions you might have. This is approximately 2,400 square feet, and it does qualify for the 3 lots to be reestablished as originally platted.
Do we have any questions for the gentleman? Yes, sir.
Mr. Michelini, in several cases you had lately, you cited case law, but you do it, or you started section, quoted section of the code, but you do it so fast that none of us have time to write it down. Could you possibly bring copies of that? We take evidence from both sides, but it's helpful.
Yes, sir.
It's helpful to have that if we can't write it down quickly.
You have that in your staff report?
But but the ones particular, were you citing something in different ones than the staff
No,
report? or
no,
just
sir.
read-
I was
okay.
reciting to you what is contained in your staff report and was the basis of the finding of it being consistent by the planning commission.
All right, thank you.
I wasn't going off record on that. I was just reciting what's in
I
your
just
report.
thought you were reading your own. All right.
No, sir.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Do we have anybody from the public that wishes to speak on item number 2? Yes, sir. Come on up. Please state your name.
My name is Nathan Hagan. I don't often come to PM meetings, so I'm going to be up a couple times tonight. Last year on my birthday, I came to council and I asked for us to legalize triplexes citywide. And this is not exactly what I had in mind, but I do want to say that this is 2 new families that come to Tampa, and I think that that's a very good reason to support this very basic thing. And along the lines of it being a very basic thing, I hope that when we are evaluating our land development code in the future, we ask ourselves why this type of thing needs to be voted on by full council. I know we have a backlog of projects, and I know there's concerns about liability, so just something to consider. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Anybody else? We have 2 registered speakers, I believe, for this item number 2. Yes, ma'am? They're on, okay. Were they sworn in? No? We have 2 speakers. Please turn your cameras on and unmute yourself, and then raise your right hand so we can swear you in. All right, and we have 1 more speaker, I believe.
Yes.
Please turn your camera on. Okay. Well, in the meantime, please raise your right hand and we'll swear you in.
Do you-
Yes, go ahead.
Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, please state your name and go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead, go ahead. You can speak. Please state your name and go ahead. You're sworn in. Go ahead. You can speak. Go ahead. Can you hear us?
Okay. Yeah, yeah. I can,
Yeah, go ahead. You have 3 minutes to speak. Just please state your name and go ahead.
So, my name is Chen Yuru, and actually I'm a university student and to attend your meeting. So, yeah, I forgot to send the email that actually nothing to speak. Just want to, just want to attend this meeting.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. And the other speaker they logged off? Okay. So that's it. Anybody else in the public? If not, do you have any rebuttal, sir?
No, counsel, I just wanted to clarify that any of the issues regarding coastal high hazard and FEMA will be addressed at permitting. So all of those issues will be addressed. Thank you for your consideration and respectfully request your approval.
All right. Any final questions before the applicant, before we ask for a motion to close?
We're close.
We have a motion to close from Councilman Good, second from Councilman Citro. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilwoman Hurtak, would you mind reading item number 2?
I'm gonna have to walk me through this bit. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 6107 South 4th Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classifications RS 60 residential single family to RS 50 residential single family, providing an effective date.
Okay, and then,
Do I need to?
yeah.
I can,
Read some of
I
the
also adopt the findings and reasoning of the planning commission and city staff reports. I find that, based on competent and substantial evidence found in staff reports, applicant reports, testimony that establishes this is consistent with land use objective 9.2, which is intended to ensure that there's an adequate amount of land, consistent with housing policy 1.34, which encourages new housing on vacant and underutilized land, and compliance with the land development code. Proposed use promotes the efficient and sustainable use of land and infrastructure.
Good enough, Mr. Shelby? All right, do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Goods. Roll call?
Goods,
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Viera,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
and Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 5th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, counsel.
All right. And Mr. Hagan, I heard what you mentioned. It's something I've been thinking about, and I may bring it up tonight or next Thursday, so thank you, sir. All right, item number 4 was taken care of. We go to item number 5. Zain Hussein.
Thank you so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. Agenda under item number 5, case REZ 2146. This is being heard for the proposed rezoning at 401 and 505 North Rome Avenue and 1517 West Gray Street. Proposed rezoning from PD, Plan Development, and IG, Industrial General, to PD, Plan Development, Residential, Multifamily, Storefront, Residential with Business Professional Office and Retail Sales, also Business Professional Office and Retail Sales. I'll now pass it along to our Planning Commission.
Thank you very much. Mr. Collins.
Hi, may I share my screen? Danny Collins again with your planning commission staff. I've been sworn in. Our next case is in the central Tampa planning district, and more specifically in the West Tampa urban village. The closest public recreation facility is Villa Brothers Park, which is located within a half-mile to the northwest of the site. The closest transit stop is located a quarter-mile to the south of the subject site. The stop provides service to downtown Tampa and Tampa International Airport. Subject site is within a level C evacuation zone. Here is an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding properties. You'll see the subject site is generally north of West Big Streets, and east and north Rome Avenue, and south of West Cass Street. You'll see the surrounding development patterns predominantly non-residential in character. There are some multifamily uses to the north, as well as to the east of the subject site. Here is the adopted future land use map. Currently, the subject site has 3 land use designations. Subject site is designated CMU 35, GMU 24, and R20. The R20 portion is at the southeast portion of the site. You'll see kind of that development pattern kind of is consistent along North Rome Avenue. The GMU 24 is directly to the northwest of the subject site. CMU 35 is to the west and east. And then there is some parcels designated residential 20 scattered along West Big to the south of the subject site. The applicant's proposed project in the West Tampa urban village is in an area of the central Tampa planning district that has experienced a surge of growth over the last decade. The project accommodates the planned levels of housing growth with increase of density and with the inclusion of neighborhood retail space. Light industrial development pattern formally defines the surrounding area, however, is transitioning to more of a mixed-use urban neighborhood. Comprehensive plan supports this transition as it encourages a mixed-use development pattern and infill development on an underutilized site. Further, the West Tampa urban village is within proximity to employment and transit, 2 community assets that the comprehensive plan encourages increasing housing opportunities near. Proposed PD furthers several components and policy directions of the comprehensive plan within the mixed-use corridors. The comprehensive plan encourages a mixture of uses and density to support pedestrian activity and to enhance the West Tampa urban village urban nature. The proposed PD accomplishes this by placing the building close to the sidewalks with entryways to the retail spaces, stairs that lead to the residential units that face the public right-of-way. Planning Commission staff requests that between first and second reading, the following revisions be made. The first revision is to provide the acreage of each future land use designation on the site plan. The second revision is to clearly indicate on the site plan the location of all future land use designations. The third revision is to clarify the total acreage of the subject site. And the fourth revision is to provide the total square footage of the entire development for phase 1, phase 2, and the development as a whole. Based on the above considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa comprehensive plan. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Collins? No? Mr. Hussein.
Thank you so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination, case REZ 2146. The applicant is David Mechanic at the locations 505 North Rome, 401 North Rome, and 1517 West Gray. I'll go ahead and share the proposed waivers. So this is 2 phases. So phase 1 has already been completed for 311 units and was approved during REZ 13-66. This was for 3- and 4-story buildings, also known as NoHo Flats, residential multifamily. Now we have new waivers. Most of these waivers have to do with either transportation or natural resources. Coming to an aerial view, overhead view of the site, you'll see the site outlined here in red. Now the applicant is requesting phase 2, which contains a lot area of 1.16 acres or 60,798 square feet in size. The proposed building itself has an area of 52,874 square feet, and the commercial space out of that has 3,863 square feet. If you see the location, You'll see North Rome running north and south, and you'll see West Carmen here, if you can look closely. West Carmen here, also at the intersection. Go ahead and share my screen again. Now, as we're going to look at the site plan here, now there's two options, option 1 and option 2. Both have to do with solid waste. Solid waste prefers in-house counsel. Solid waste prefers option 1. Option 1 here is preferred by solid waste because it both is consistent for collection and is out of the right-of-way and easements, and also allows for solid waste vehicles maneuvering internal to the site. Option 2, as you see, solid waste, is also consistent, but will require the solid waste vehicle to back out onto North Rome going southbound, as you see, coming out here. Okay. The proposed project is for 76 residential multifamily units. Also for the 4 storefronts, non-residential uses with office space, business and professional office and retail uses. Also is for 2 business and professional office and retail uses on the ground floor. The proposed maximum building height is 55 feet in height, or also 4 stories. Vehicular access to the site comes off of North Rome Avenue, running north and south. Showing you the elevations of the proposed project. See the north elevation, west elevation, and then you also see the south and east. As I went out to the site, you'll see what it currently is. You have a parking lot and a building here on Rome and Gray. Also going to the site, I took more pictures of the whole entire area also. As you see, NoHo Flats, the sign of the residential multifamily that was already approved. West of the site, you'll see more of the residential multifamily. To the west side, you'll have residential multifamily above, and I think that's a duckweed convenience store below. Also to the west of the site, you'll have a coffee shop and restaurant located right to the west. More of the site, you'll have residential parking, and also run to the site itself, and the east of the site, you'll have residential parking running east to west. And to the south of the site, you'll see Roman Fig, and then also residential multifamily. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the overall request inconsistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. It's found inconsistent due to transportation and natural resources. Modifications to the site plan must be completed by the applicant between first and second reading of ordinance and as stated on the revision sheet, if approved by council. Thank you for any questions if you
Any
need.
questions? Yes, sir, Councilman Goods.
Yes, sir.
Zane, go back to the solid waste situation.
All right. As you'll see, the solid waste, option 1 and option 2. Location and the back out and how you get in and out.
So solid waste likes the first option because backing out onto that street, that big truck.
Correct. Solid waste prefers option 1 and option 2 due to that back out. Correct.
Because they can't see. Okay. All right. Thank you, Zane.
Thank you.
Anybody else? No, thank you, sir. Mr. Mechanic?
Good evening, council members, Mr. Chairman. My name is David Mechanic. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, and I have with me this evening my client, Anthony Everett, who will present the project to you and discuss the waivers that we've requested. I would just like to point out that This is an expansion of an existing project that was approved in 2013. We are only adding 76 multifamily units, but we are also adding 3,863 square feet of commercial space, which could be used as an office or retail, and would potentially involve storefront residential, which would allow for a connection between an upper residential unit and a commercial space below. And with that, I'll ask Mr. Everett to come forward and describe the project.
See if I can get the presentation up for me. There we go. I'm Anthony Everett, 5000 Bayshore Boulevard. I have been sworn in. I'm the development director for Rangewater Real Estate in Central Florida. And I also represent Invesco, which owns the NoHo Flats project next door. What we're proposing tonight, originally we came in and we're going to propose 111 residential units, but after meeting with neighborhood members and different stakeholders in the neighborhood, the North Hyde Park Association, we realized how important the mixed use was to everybody in the neighborhood. And so we went back, we redesigned the project, and we maxed out the ground floor commercial space with the parking that we could use or could get into the project without asking for a waiver on the parking code. So the 3,863 square feet of commercial is really the max that we could get, and that's what we're proposing tonight with the 76 residential units. So if we could go to the next slide, please. This is really known as kind of the hole in the donut for a lot of folks. I don't know if you can see in the middle of all those blocks. We've developed 4.5 blocks around this warehouse, and so the hole in the donut is this property at 505 North Rome Avenue. If we could please go to the next slide. When we came into the neighborhood 12 years ago, this neighborhood was in decline. We'd just come out of the Great Recession. There was a lot of crime in the neighborhood. There was no lighting on the street. I mean, people were scared to go out at night. People were afraid to be out on the street, sometimes even during the day. We came in and we tried to create a what I call neighborhood building type of philosophy, and we tried to create a sense of streetscape, and we came up with a template streetscape that in the first phase that we did, that we tried to emulate and try to get others to emulate throughout the neighborhood. We also met with our neighbors and tried to develop great relationships with our neighbors and listen to what they wanted to do and wanted us to do and what the neighborhood really needed. And so in phase 1 of NoHo Flats, which is what you see up there in the center picture, they asked us to create a public park, which we did, and that public park is there today. It is maintained by the NoHo Flats property, and it's open to the public at all times, but it is privately owned, but it's open. It has an easement over it, and it cannot be used for anything except for public park going forward. And then we also came in and we put all the overhead power lines, underground. We made a lot of improvements in the stormwater system, the potable water system, because there were a lot of lines collapsing in the area. There was flooding in the area. We did come in and do streetscape improvements, and then we did put in the street lighting that you see around all the buildings over there. So all the street lighting in this neighborhood that you see on the post is actually privately owned and maintained, and it's operated, and the electricity is paid for by the community, which the lighting abuts. If you could please go to the next slide. So again, we were trying to create a more pedestrian-friendly and more secure neighborhood. Again, we figured that if we could activate the street, create more pedestrian use, create a safer environment with street lighting and whatnot, that we could improve the neighborhood. We came in, put in bike racks, public benches, trash receptacles, and great landscaping, and then also, dog maintenance stations. So when people are out walking their dogs, again, we maintain those privately, and so just trying to create a more pedestrian-friendly, neighborhood. We also did on the ground floor of our units, which really I hadn't seen much of this being done in Tampa. I'd seen it in other markets, but we did front porches to allow our residents to have direct access to the street. Now, it's a new urbanist thing that everybody's trying to do, but this is, 12, 13 years ago. And it really helped to activate the street, especially when we got street lighting in. And so at night, in this neighborhood, I feel really proud when I go down there, go to Willa's or Roman Fig, and I see people walking around and, walking their dogs, and it's just got a completely different feel it had 12 years ago. If we go to the next slide, please. So we also put in about 200 on-street parking spaces in the neighborhood, and we've tried to give back, doing those public improvements, and if this project is approved, we plan to do this signature corner at the corner of Rome and Carmen, and it'd be sort of like a small little public park. We plan to program it with seasonal, flowers and whatnot. We've got benches there where people can gather. We just thought it'd be a nice, nice accent for the neighborhood. Next slide, please. So again, the first phase was NoHo Flats, which Zane mentioned earlier. We did the next slide, please. Havana Square, which is across the street. This is 4 stories with a central wrap parking garage. Next slide, please. And then the last project we did was the Gray. And, with the Gray, we kept getting, these requests from the neighbors to please put in a mixed use. At that time, I was a little suspect about putting in a new mixed use because much of the retail in the area was dark, okay, except for, some of it was coming to life, but we were kind of in that transitional area. But we felt, this neighborhood has finally, I think, turned a corner where we can support the retail. And so we put in the convenience store, and that's the Duckweed Urban Grocery, and they're doing great, and we're excited to see them. It's a great addition to the neighborhood, and I think it's just, it was great that we got that push to do that use because it's what the neighborhood really needed. Next slide, please. So phase 2 is actually comprised of 2 separate little parcels. We've got the main parcel that we're talking about where we plan to build the building, and in the southeast corner, we were previously approved for 4 residential units and 6 garages, and we're proposing to eliminate those units and to do 18 surface parking spaces there. And so I'll come back to that later, but I just wanted to call that out. So you'll understand, when we explain one of the waivers, why we're asking for that. If we could please go to the next slide, please. So this is just an elevation on Rome, but I'm going to come back to this, so we can go to the next slide, please. So our site plan, this is the garage level, and the residents actually enter through the gates off of Carmen to the right. And so the residential entrance to the garage is to the right of the garage. And then the commercial entrance is off of Rome. And so only the commercial will access on and off of Rome, and they have their own separate parking. So we found on these projects that oftentimes when we do mix the parking, that our residents park in the commercial area and the commercial people park in the residential area, and then there's not enough parking for everybody. So we do separate the parking. And then this does show the option with the trash compactor on Rome. As we talked about earlier, there are 2 options for the trash compactor, and of course our residents would prefer to not have it in their green space area and have it serviced from Rome. I know solid waste would prefer to have it, but we do have it, we are allowed to put it on Rome, we will have it where the truck can get completely off the street to service the compactor, and then of course they will have to back out onto Rome. So I understand that concern, but I think for the use of the green space, it's a lot better to not have the compactor in the middle of it. But anyway, next slide, please. This is the deck above the parking. It has 76 residential units, as I said, around a landscape courtyard. And then the large square to the right is actually a new fitness center that would service both phases. If we go to the next slide, please. This is just a colored rendering of what that would look like up there. Lots of landscaped planters, commercial kitchen, different seating areas with fire tables and sofas and tables where people can gather. And then, of course, the new fitness center there to the right. Next slide, please. So this is just a rendering of what the fitness center would look like. And I think you can imagine if you're in there working out and looking out over that garden to the left and the right, I think it'll be a really fantastic feel there. Next slide, please. And by the way, we will repurpose the old fitness center in phase 1 with some sort of use. It'll either be going with different programs for the residents, and also a CrossFit gym. There's a lot of space that we can repurpose, and so I'm not sure what management's going to do with that, but Pilates, yoga, seminars, lots of different things can go there. So I'd like to explain the waiver request. The first waiver request for natural resources is a waiver of the green space, trying to reduce it from the 350 square feet per unit. This is really a requirement that you see out in the suburbs. It's not an urban you know, I see this in no urban code anywhere, and, you know, in fact, Pasco County is at 435, you know, a unit, which is pretty excessive out there. But anyway, phase one was granted a waiver down to 108 square feet per unit. We can provide, because of the vacated right-of-way in Gray Street, we can make a green space area there that's fairly large, and so the waiver request here is only 7,752 square feet, which brings us down to about 248 square feet per unit. Next slide, please. The second one is for loading. We're currently doing loading in the nested area of the parking, so behind the building. So the trucks come in off the street, through the gates, and we load, you know, within each of the blocks. So we didn't need to load on the street in phase one. We proposed to load phase two in the same manner from the parking area to the rear, and so that's why we're asking for the waiver of the loading area. And keep in mind, most of our move-ins, about 90% of them, are with like box trucks and even people using their own pickups and things like that. We do not have a lot of big moving trucks that come into our projects. Then the waiver of the 8-foot VUA buffer goes back to the southeast corner. And if you look at the picture on the lower left-hand side, that's the existing condition that we have right now. And to meet that buffer requirement, I would have to move the fencing back about 4 to 6 feet on one side and 4 feet on another side. And then we would lose half of the 18 spaces that we can get by keeping the fencing in the same spot. So we can't get the full 8-foot buffer there, and that's why we're asking for the waiver. But this is the existing condition today, and it would stay exactly the same. Then the last waiver is for the 50% tree requirement. Next slide, please. The trees, unfortunately, on the phase two property are pretty much located right where we have to put the building in order to make the project work, and, you know, the parking areas. And so we're asking, and I don't know, you know, you can't really do this, but I would like you to consider looking at the fact that if you put phase one and phase two together, we have a total of about 218 trees, and we're going to be retaining 196 or so of those trees. And so the retainage is about 85 to 90% if you look at it in aggregate. But on the phase two site, we do have to remove all the trees to make this project work. We are willing to commit tonight, even though it's not part of the code. Just like, you know, relocating trees, I used to relocate trees all the time, and we can't relocate them anymore. It's not part of the code, but we are willing to commit tonight to install double the caliber of oak trees that are replaced. So if we take out 50 inches, we'll put in 100 inches worth of oak trees, and we will agree to upsize those oak trees to up to 8-inch trees, the biggest ones we can get. Next slide, please. So this is what the project would look like with the residential up above, the ground floor commercial with those 8-inch oaks around going down Rome Avenue. Next slide, please. And then this is looking down Carmen with that kind of signature corner there, the corner of Carmen and Rome, and again, you know, the oak trees going down Carmen. Next slide, please. And so in conclusion, actually, a couple of cleanup things, but let me just conclude and I'll come back to this. In conclusion, we ask you please for your approval here. You know, we think it's a great project. We feel like we've taken into consideration all the comments that our neighbors have given us. We've redesigned based on their input, and I think we've got a project here that we can all be proud of if we can get it out of the ground. The cleanup I want to talk about is there's a Scrivener's error in our plans, and our architect incorrectly noted that the retail space was to be divided into 4 spaces. That's not true. We're planning to build it as one giant space, and then as we lease it, to divide it based on what the market tells us. So we need to try and remove that from the plan. If approved between first and second reading, we'd like to remove that from the plan because I don't know how it's going to lease, and we normally build those out with dirt floors, and then, you know, as we lease them, we build it out as the tenant needs. And then also, I forgot in my presentation that we are planning to install 10 EV chargers in the project. Something that's important to us, and we do this on every project, and we're committing to do 10 EV chargers on this project. So.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very quickly, David Mechanic again, just to clarify, the 2 options on the solid waste, we are asking council's approval to approve both options. Option 2 would only be utilized if council subsequently agrees to a release of the easement in the right-of-way. So we would just ask that council approve both options, and then in the future, if council approves the release of easement, we would implement option 2. And also, just for the record, I would like to point out, I see I'm done, just one sentence here.
10 more seconds.
We have 2 letters of support in the record, and it's already in the council record. One is from the North Hyde Park Alliance. The other is from Brant Peterson, who is a property owner in the neighborhood.
Thank you very much,
We
sir.
Respectfully
May I ask
request.
one last question?
Councilman Citro.
Thank you very much. You're asking us to go ahead and accept both,
Yes, sir.
with hopes that this easement might work in your favor.
That's
What-
correct.
What is the difference between the plans? I'm talking square footage, right-of-ways, setbacks. Is it that big of a difference? I'd hate to see us say, okay, sure, we'll approve both, and then a year down the line, that easement comes through, and all of a sudden your designs are
Yeah.
exorbitant
I can-
changes.
I can answer that. Actually, it's the vacating of a couple of easements that are in the right-of-way that would determine the location of that dumpster. So there is a water line that needs to be removed, and the city's approved that. There's a sanitary sewer line that needs a new easement over it, and there's a stormwater line that needs to be relocated. Upon doing that, city staff has agreed to release the easement that's preventing us from putting the compactor on the Rome Avenue side. So it's really a question of aesthetics from, where we think it's better to have that surface area. And we feel like we can screen it from Rome with really nice big gates and, have just a service area there. And it's a much easier access than the trucks having to come in and maneuver through the whole parking area. So, if solid waste determines one option is, one they're gonna approve and one that they're not gonna approve in permitting, then we would go, with whatever option they want. And I had not heard from solid waste that they had a preference. They had approved both, as far as I knew, if it's approved tonight, to give us either option.
I just want the public to know that there's not going to be an additional 10,000 square foot being built or anything like that. So
Oh, no. This would not allow anything over and above what's approved. It's just the location of the compactor solely.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Do we have anybody here from the public that wishes to speak on this item number 5?
There's no registered speakers for this item.
Okay, yes, sir. Please state your name.
Nathan Hagan again. I live within the visual overlay of this one, so this is the first time I'm really saying yes, literally in my backyard about the project. But I just want to point out, this is the best bike infrastructure that we have in the city of Tampa is on this road that NoHo Flats are on, with the green spine, and then now with the West River Riverwalk extension, which I know didn't really predate the planning for this, but there's a lot of parking here on the best bike infrastructure in the city. We can think about that. There's a lot of affordable housing that could have gone in there, which I know our code doesn't really incentivize properly here. But there are a lot of trade-offs we're making here, and we're putting cars above people in this case. And I also want to commend them for the mixed use. I think that's really critical for the neighborhood as someone who lives there. I've really appreciated Santora's Pizza is a huge asset for me, and it's been life-changing. Willa's has been incredible, and so has the Roman Fig have been great to have in the neighborhood. So, thank you.
Where were you 12 years ago when I was trying to get parking waivers?
Santoro's Pizza is life-changing. I like that.
Have you ever had it?
No, I
It
haven't.
is, it will be.
Thank you very much. All right, anybody else? There was no registered speakers. Do you have any rebuttal, sir?
Yes, sir. Dave Mechanic, very briefly. I would just ask if council is inclined to approve this, that you allow us to remove the Scrivener's error so that the commercial space is not specifically limited to 4 units. The square footage remains the same. We're not enlarging that. And the other is we would respectfully request that you allow both options for the trash compactor. And
Yes, sir.
thank you very much for your consideration.
Any final questions before we close?
Move to close.
Motion to close for Councilman Citro, second for Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilman Goods, would you like to take item number 5?
Chairman, File number REZ-21-46. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. Ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 401 and 505 North Rome Avenue and 1517 West Gray Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification PD plan development and IG industrial general to PD plan development, residential multifamily, storefront residential with business professional, office and retail sales. Business professional, office and retail sales providing an effective date. Adopt the findings and reasoning of the Planning Commission and staff report. Proposed rezoning achieves housing policies 1.3.1 and 1.3.3 as it accommodates the planned levels of household growth with the increase in density with the inclusion of neighborhood retail space. The proposed development, as shown in the site plan, promotes or encourages development that is appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood.
Don't forget the substituted revision sheet.
With the substitute revision sheet, we need to add in about the two.
Yeah, the Scrivener's error,
Scrivener's
about the
error.
retail space, and the solid waste stuff.
The two designs for solid waste and the Scrivener's error.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilman Carlson, roll call vote.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Viera,
Yes.
Cedral,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
and Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 5th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item number 7.
Thank you so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 7, case REZ 21-99. This being heard for first reading for 5242 and 5250 East Broadway Avenue. Proposed rezoning from PD Plan Development to PD Plan Development Residential Multifamily and Strip Shopping Center with all CI uses. I'll now pass it along to our Planning Commission.
Mr. Collins.
Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I've been sworn in. Our next case is in the Central Tampa Planning District, and more specifically, the said commercial neighborhood. Oak Park is the closest public recreation facility, being located just north of the subject site. The terminus of Hart Route 8 is 50th Street, which is 0.4 miles to the west of the subject site. This route connects to the subject site to downtown Tampa and Westfield Brandon Town Center. The site is within a evacuation zone D. Here's an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding properties. You'll see Broadway is developed with predominantly non-residential uses. As you move north along North 54th Street and just north of the site, you get into more a residential area. There are also residents west and east of the subject site. Here's the adopted future land use map. The majority of the subject site is recognized under the residential 20 future land use designation. The southern portion of the site, adjacent to East Broadway Avenue, is recognized under the TU 24 future land use designation. The TU 24 designation is the predominant land use category along this portion of East Broadway Avenue. And then north of the site is residential 20. Planning Commission staff reviewed the request and found it consistent with several policies in the comprehensive plan. Portion of the subject site is within the TU 24 future land use designation. This designation allows for a wide range of uses, which has the potential of creating a development pattern that does not adequately mitigate the intense uses allowed under this category. Proposed drive-through use can be considered within this designation and is consistent with the consistency matrix in section 2721 of the Land Development Code. This drive-through will not negatively affect the surrounding uses. Portion of the subject sites designated residential 20 proposes neighborhood 20 uses, neighborhood commercial uses and 104 dwelling units. Neighborhood commercial uses can be considered in the R20 future land use designation if the site meets commercial locational criteria. While the site is not subject to commercial locational criteria since it has already been approved for neighborhood commercial uses under an existing PE zoning, it does meet the criteria since the site has access to a roadway designated as a collector roadway or higher. Comprehensive plan seeks to ensure an adequate supply of housing for Tampa's growing population And it also encourages providing housing through the redevelopment of vacant or underutilized sites. Proposed PD will provide more housing to serve the needs of Tampa's projected population. It would also utilize a vacant site and will provide goods and services for the surrounding neighborhood. Lastly, the PD is proposing internal pedestrian connections to the multifamily uses, to the commercial uses proposed along East Broadway Avenue, which is consistent with the policy direction of the comprehensive plan. The PD is also providing pedestrian access from the front door of the multifamily buildings to internal pedestrian connections, providing pedestrian access throughout the site. In our report, we provided suggested revisions to be made between first and second reading. The applicant has addressed our concerns, and these revisions are no longer needed. Based on these considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Mr. Hussein?
Thanks so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. Case RZ 21-99. This is being heard for first reading. This is going from proposed rezoning from PD, Plan Development Approved REZ 18-12, to PD, Residential Multifamily and Strip Shopping Center with all CI uses. Now, in the approved PD REZ 18-12, which was approved in 2018, this was approved for 18 multifamily residential units with 18 buildings with an associated clubhouse and maintenance building and 10,400 square feet of strip shopping center to the south, with 2 buildings allowing all commercial intensive uses. The site was never developed and it's still currently vacant. I'll now take you to the proposed waivers. Beautiful. All right, we have 3 proposed waivers here, all to do with natural resources and transportation engineering. You have parking, you have the required use-to-use buffer and masonry wall, and then also you have the 50% retention of non-wooded lots over 1 acre to 34%. Coming to the overhead aerial of the site, you'll see the site here outlined in red. You have East Broadway down here to the south, running east to west. The proposed development in this PD is for 104 residential multifamily dwelling units, as well as a strip shopping center to the south, as I'll show you in the site plan. The subject site contains a lot area of 7.1 acres in size. The residential apartment community will be 58,282 square feet, which includes 13 residential buildings, an office, and also a storage area. The shopping plaza to the south will comprise of 2 retail buildings for a total of 10,400 square feet. Now to the north, east, and west, there are a combination of detached, semi-detached, and also multifamily residences, all within the RM16 zoning district. And to the south, you'll see here, you'll have commercial uses on both sides of East Broadway with all CI uses. The proposed, I'll now pull to the site plan. All right. So you'll see those 13 residential proposed units, as well as the 2 retail strip shopping center. The proposed maximum building height for the residential multifamily is 25 feet in height. The proposed height for the plaza is also 25 feet in height. Vehicular access comes from East 14th Avenue as well as Broadway, East Broadway Avenue. A total of 235 parking spaces are required, and the applicant is providing 222, which calls for a waiver. Coming now to the elevations of the site. You'll see the elevations of the residential, front elevations, rear elevations. And then coming to the elevations of the commercial retail space to the south. Front elevations, rear elevations. As I went out to the site, I played a great game of Frogger, trying not to get hit with cars, but this is what I can do without going into the gated community. So you have the site here, vacant parcel of land. West of the site, you have those residential homes, as we talked about, mixed of multifamily, detached, semi-detached. To the east of the site, you'll have East Broadway going east and west with residential also out there. To the west of the site, you'll also have East Broadway, and you'll have residential and CI uses here. To the south of the site, you'll have this was a car repair and attachments shop for cars. Upon review, development review and compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the overall request inconsistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. It was found inconsistent due to transportation and natural resources. Modifications to the site plan will be needed to be made between first and second reading, and also follow the revision sheet. I'm here for any questions.
Any questions? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Applicant for this project? Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Good evening, Travis Hills, 5620 East Temple Terrace, East Fowler Avenue, Temple Terrace, Suite 4.
Travis Hills, I ain't hear see that guy in a long while. How you doing, my friend?
Good, thank you. So I know this is a little different tonight. We're on a different side of town, East Tampa, where we still have residents, which I'm a native of. And so I'm pleased to propose bringing forth a project that would provide housing, additional opportunities for housing in East Tampa. As noted, it has been approved for a few lesser units. So we've retooled the project and we were able to add about 40 units. I think the initial submission was quite conservative, and over time and looking at the conditions in the community and the changes, et cetera, it was decided that we would, and this, what we're asking for is by far not the extent of what we could have asked for on 5 acres, you know, as we've seen with other proposals. So basically, we're still remaining conservative in our request. As far as the parking waiver is concerned, it is an overall waiver for the entire site. And there's a little bit of that number that is kind of at question with regards to the need for it, because there is a restaurant which city staff decided that, well, let's go for the maximum based on square footage, but when it's calculated, it's actually the net square footage of the used space. So basically, part of that buffer accounts for kitchen and storage and other spaces that won't be required when we get to permitting. So we're asking for 6%, and we're sure it'll be less than that at permitting. So I respectfully request that you would consider approval of our submission.
All right, any questions for the gentleman? Yes, ma'am.
I do. My biggest concern about this is the wood wall versus the masonry wall, just to have a nice buffer between people's lives and then the, you know, the commercial use. Is there a way that you could reconsider on that?
Yeah, actually, I do believe that we did submit for a masonry wall. I think there might have been some miscommunication. I think it's on the site plan as a masonry wall. I think where the wood fence came in was on the residential perimeter. So basically that would be to the roadway to other residential.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right.
There's gotta be a typo, because on one side of this, the waiver, the city says 235 spaces at 222, 6% reduction, but when you turn it the other way, it says 225 to 22, and I looked at that, I said 3 spaces is 6%. So I believe that the front side might be correct, but the one you haven't read is incorrect. Am I correct?
Well, I can explain that.
Being incorrect?
235, right?
And that basically is what I was alluding to with the original number was the smaller number based on knowledge of how that restaurant is going to be configured and what the real requirements are going to possibly be. So with that, they just did a little bit more buffer just in case those square footages of use on the inside of the building become maximized. So that's where it just didn't translate over yet. But it'll be resolved by second reading.
And I agree with Councilmember Hurtak. The wood, you have a masonry 8-foot wall, and then it drops down to 6-foot wood. Am I correct?
Well, it's on a different side, basically, because the buffer between the residential and the commercial will be the standard masonry.
I'm trying to save you trouble in the long run. Wood doesn't stand up too long for a long period of time. It decays from the moisture in the ground up. So
Yes.
it's just something that you ought to consider just with masonry.
Councilman Citro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. From the aerial photograph of this property, was this at one time a mobile home park?
Yes, it was.
So it was residences at one time?
Yes, that's
Thank you.
correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anybody else? All right, do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 7?
No registered speakers for this item.
We have no registered speakers and no one in the public here to speak on item number 7.
We'll close.
Any
Second.
rebuttal or anything before we close out, sir? Yes, ma'am.
I guess I want to resolve the issue between
Sure.
wood and masonry. So, are we agreeing to change that?
So are we talking about the perimeter of the entire residential area? Because the wood basically that was being proposed, and that's not necessarily what would be used, but that is not uncommon in that particular area and neighborhood if you look at what it's actually buffering from. It's not buffering between the residential and the commercial. It's just an exterior. In fact, the landscaping will probably be more of the buffer than the fence itself.
Yes, I'm fine with the masonry between the commercial and, I mean, yes, Councilman Miranda is correct that wood doesn't last, but understanding that many neighbors between residential and residential do use that does make sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Yes, sir?
For the record, just want to state for the record, so that waiver number 2, alluding to reduce a require 15 use buffer and a 6-foot tall masonry wall to 8 feet and a 6-foot tall wood fence to the west has been requested by Natural Resources, and that will still be valid for the second reading.
Very good. Anybody else? No? Motion closed?
Motion close.
Motion closed from Councilman Good, second from Councilman Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilman Carlson, I believe you had, your turn. Item
Yes, sir,
7.
thank you. I'd like to move file number REZ 2199, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 5242 and 5250 East Broadway Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification PD plan development to PD plan development residential, multifamily, and strip shopping center with all CI uses providing effective date. And would also like to state that this is in compliance with applicable goals, objectives, and policies in the comprehensive plan, including the proposed rezoning complies with land use policy 9.8.4 and housing policy 1.3.4, which seek to ensure an adequate supply of housing for Tampa's growth population and encourage providing housing through the redevelopment of vacant or underutilized sites. The proposed rezoning achieves housing policies 1.3.1 and 1.3.4 by utilizing a vacant site and providing goods and services for the surrounding neighborhood. And the proposed development, as shown on the site plan, promotes or encourages development that is appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood.
And the substitute revision sheet.
And including the substitute revision sheet.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilman Citro. Roll call vote.
Carlson?
Yes.
Viera?
Yes.
Citro?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Hurtak?
Yes.
Goods? And Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 5th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you very much. All right, 5 more cases to go. Item number 8.
Thanks so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination, case REZ 22-03. This is being heard for the rezoning at 1304 East 23rd Avenue. Proposed rezoning from PD Planned Development to PD Planned Development Residential Single Family Detached. I'll now pass it along to our Planning Commission.
Mr. Collins.
Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I've been sworn in. Before we get started, I want to make a correction for the record. At the top of our report, the heading incorrectly references rezoning 2153. The heading should be rezoning 2203.
Yes, we see that.
Our next case is in the Central Tampa Planning District, and more specifically, the VM Ybor neighborhood. The subject site is also within the East Tampa Urban Village. The Cascaden Park is the closest public recreation facility, being located approximately 750 feet south of the subject site. Closest transit stop is located approximately 500 feet northeast of the subject site on North 14th Street. The stop provides service to downtown Tampa and the university. The site is not within a evacuation zone. Here's an aerial map of the subject site and surrounding properties. You'll see it's just northwest of Ava Republic de Cuba and East 23rd Avenue. It's on the cul-de-sac. The surrounding area is predominantly residential in character. There is multifamily uses to the south of the site. There are detached single-family residences to the north and east of the subject site. Here is the adopted future land use map. The subject site is within the residential 10 future land use designation. The R10 is to the northeast, east of the subject site. There is a parcel recognized under the residential 20 directly to the west of the site. And then there is a parcel I believe is recognized under the public, semi-public directly to the north of the subject site. Planning Commission staff reviewed the request and found no adverse impacts to the surrounding area. A large parcel designated with the R35 future land use designation is present to the south and west of the subject site. It has been developed with multifamily uses. To the east are single-family detached homes developed under the residential 10 future land use designation. This portion of East 23rd Avenue to North 15th Street has an existing density of 8.61 units per acre, and that's based on 16 sites. The proposed PD would allow for 1 single-family detached residence at an overall density of 7.69 units per acre, which is consistent with the density anticipated under the R10 future land use designation, and also below the existing density of the block. The request would also allow for a development that is similar in form, height, and scale to the surrounding residential uses. The request supports many of the policies in the comprehensive plan as it relates to housing the city's population. The Tampa Comprehensive Plan encourages new housing on vacant and underutilized land to ensure that an adequate supply of housing is available to meet the needs of Tampa's present and future populations. Based on these considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Mr. Hussein.
Thanks so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination, case REZ 22-03. The applicant is Eugene Anthony Costa for the location at 1304 East 23rd Avenue. This being proposed rezoning from PD Z82-91 for the record to Planned Development Residential Single Family Detached. Now, this was approved as a PD Z82-91 for a part of a hospital expansion. Now, the site was never developed on, and the land here is still vacant. Just giving you an outline overhead view, as you'll see the parcel here outlined in red. The lot area here is 0.127 acres or 5,560 square feet in size. The proposed residential single-family residence will be 3,329 square feet, and the accessory building in the back will be 358 square feet for a total of 3,687 square feet in total building area. The properties to the north are residential single-family detached with PD zoning up here. The property to the east is residential single-family detached, which is RS50 zoning, The property to the south is a senior housing facility, which is PD. And the property to the west is a vacant parcel of land, which is PD zoning at this time. The principal building, as I'll show you on the site plan. Principal building is proposed to be 34 feet in height, and the accessory building is proposed to be 13 feet in height. Vehicular access comes from the south here on East 23rd Avenue. Looking at the elevations, see the north and south, and you also see east and west. As I went out to the site, you'll see the vacant parcel of land with the public notice in the front. To the west of the site, you have part of the senior facility and also vacant parcel of land to the west. To the east of the site, you'll see that residential single family we talked about, and also to the south of the site, you'll see that senior housing facility. Development review and compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the overall request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Modifications to the site plan must be completed by the applicant between first and second reading if approved. I'm here for any questions.
Any questions for the gentleman? Nope, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
And do we have an applicant for this? Yes, sir. Item number 8. Please state your name.
Good evening, I'm Eugene Costa, 1220 East Cumberland Avenue is where I live. And I'm the applicant as well as the owner of the property. And we'd like to go from PD to PD. The property's been vacant for 40 years. The adjacent property to the west was just recently approved for a similar development. They're gonna build a house on that as well. And my family has actually owned 2 blocks of that property on that side of the street for 100 years or so. And so we're gonna build a house for ourselves if you guys will approve our PD.
Any questions for the gentleman? All right, do we have anybody here in the public that wishes to speak on this item? This is item number 8.
No registered speakers for this item.
No,
Second.
Wait, the gentleman in the back. Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Nathan Hagan, I'll keep this short. I don't know why this is a PD, and I don't know, we should fix that so it doesn't have, these small things don't have to do that.
I had a similar question for the applicant.
Okay.
But I want to say, I have no problem with it, of course.
All right, Mr. Costa?
Yep.
She has a question.
Yeah, is there a reason, what is the reason you went to PD instead of just to RS50?
Honestly, I think it was recommended to me. My architect told me that would be the better way to go. It would allow us, we aren't really asking for any waivers or anything.
All right,
This would
motion
be the better
closed.
way.
So moved.
Wait, Mr. Hussein, you had anything?
No.
You're good? All right, motion closed from Councilman Good, second from Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Councilman Vieira, would you mind taking item number 8?
Yes, sir. I move an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 1304 East 23rd Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification PD plan development, the PD plan development residential single family detached, providing an effective date. There you go. Oh, and then supporting. I don't have the supporting document with me. I find that the findings of the Planning Commission are proper and adopt them here.
Second from Councilmember Miranda, if you want to
Add.
continue it. Yes, sir.
This is item number 8, 22-03 RZ. Want to make sure I got the right one here, yes.
2020 or 2203.
It's consistent with housing land use policy with encourage new housing on vacant and underutilized land to ensure that an adequate supply of housing is available to meet the needs of Tampa's present and future population. The density proposed by the development does not exceed the density anticipated under the future land use category and will not alter the character and development pattern in the portion of the neighborhood land use policy 9.2.1 and 9.3.8. The proposed development shown on the site promotes and encourages development that is appropriate in location, character, compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. Proposed use promotes the efficient and sustainable use of land and infrastructure. And by the way, that's the neighborhood I was raised in.
And the revision sheet as well.
And the revision sheet.
Did you sneak in a Cascaden?
Well, I was looking, now that you brought up Cascaden, I have one problem with the city. When you took the map of Cascaden, the softball field is in the wrong location.
All right, we have a motion from Councilman Vieira with a second from Councilmember Miranda. Roll call.
Vieira,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Hertak, Goods,
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
And Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 5th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Hussein, item number 10.
Thank you so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination, agenda item number 10, case REZ 22-16. This is being heard for the location at 814 West Amelia Avenue. Proposed rezoning from RS60, residential single family, to RS50, residential single family. I'll now pass it along to Danny Collins, Planning Commission.
Thank you very much. Mr. Collins, go ahead.
All right, may I share my screen? This is Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I've been sworn in. Our next case in the Central Tampa Planning District, and more specifically in the Ridgewood Park neighborhood. Phillips Park is the closest public recreation facility, being located approximately 500 feet northeast of the subject site. Closest transit stop is located approximately 500 feet northeast of the site at the intersection of North Glenwood Drive and West Columbus Drive. This stop provides service to the West Shore Plaza Transfer Center. The site is within evacuation zone B. Here's an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding properties. You'll see the subject site's outlined by this purple color. It's generally south of West Amelia Avenue and east of North Ridgewood Avenue. The surrounding area is predominantly single family detached in character. 1 block north of the subject site is West Columbus Drive. Subject site is currently recognized under the residential 10 future land use designation. You'll see that residential 10 designation surrounds the subject site on all sides. Planning Commission staff reviewed the application and found no adverse impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. The request would allow for development that is similar in form, height, and scale of the surrounding residential units found in the Ridgewood Park neighborhood. This portion of West Amelia Avenue, between west of North Glenwood Drive and east of North Ridgewood Avenue, is presently underdeveloped. This segment has an existing density of 6.59 units per acre, and that's based on 19 sites along this segment. The request would allow for additional infill development in an area that is planned up to 10 dwelling units per acre. The proposed rezoning supports many of the policies in the comprehensive plan as it relates to housing the city's population. The Tampa Comprehensive Plan encourages new housing on vacant and underutilized land to ensure that an adequate supply of housing is available to meet the needs of Tampa's present and future populations. Based on these considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Collins? Mr. Hussein, take it away.
Thank you so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination, case REZ 22-16. The applicant is John LaRocca. Location 814 West Amelia Avenue. Proposed rezoning from RS60 to RS50. This being Euclidean, there are no waivers and no site plan. I'll now go ahead and share a little bit of the plat here. You see that the parcel is on lot 9 and 10 here on Amelia. And I'll show you an overhead aerial also. You see the parcel out here outlined in red. Now this to allow for the development of a residential single family uses. The property contains 0.31 acres. The site is currently developed with one single-family residential dwelling at this time. Properties to the north are zoned PD and RS60, and properties to the west, south, and east are zoned RS60. All around the parcel, north, west, south, and east, are all residential dwelling units. I'll now show you a little bit of the consistency compatibility map. Staff has identified that 60% of the lots in the studied area, 60% of the subject block, 66% of the block of the west of Amelia, and 50% of the block face are with lot widths of 59.99 feet or less. Staff finds the proposed request for the rezoning to be consistent with the existing development pattern over the overall area and block face. As I went out to the site, took pictures, you see the subject site here with the public notice sign. To the north of the site, residential single family. To the east of the site and west of the site, residential single family. After analysis, development review and compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. I'm here for any questions if needed.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the gentleman? Nope. Mr. LaRocca.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of City Council. I have been sworn. My name is John LaRocca, agent for the owner, representing the owner and applicant. This is and my address is 101 East Kennedy Boulevard, Tampa. This is a classic case of infill development. The two reports filed with City Council for consideration this evening by the Planning Commission staff and the Development Coordination staff clearly depict consistency with all aspects of the city's land development code and long-range comprehensive plan. To add a little bit of flavor to what Mr. Hussein mentioned this evening, this particular property, the two platted lots of record, were platted as part of the Ridgewood Park subdivision in 1922. These lots are 50 by 135 feet wide, or 6,700 square feet approximately. The existing home that Mr. Hussein mentioned on one of the lots meets all of the RS50 requirements for setback, as will the proposal on this standard remaining lot that happens to be the side yard of this particular home. I won't talk about policies and plans. They're all adequately addressed. I can only indicate that the majority of lots in this area, as Mr. Hussein indicated in the site analysis, are in excess of 60% of the area of the lots exceeding or underneath the 59.99 feet in width. We respectfully request your consideration of this, and I'll be available to answer any questions.
Do you have any questions for the gentleman? Yes, ma'am.
So it sounds like you're intending to keep the one house and just add
At this point in time, it's not one of those cases where the lot is over the property line and it will be torn down to create two lots. At some point in time, there may be, but that particular home that's there meets all the criteria of the district with no waivers or conditions.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Anybody in the public wish to speak on this item? Do you have anybody registered?
No registered speakers for this item.
Motion to close? Motion from Councilmember Citro to close, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. File number 10, REZ 22-16. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 814 West Amelia Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS60 residential single family to RS50 residential single family, providing an effective date. Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Citro. Roll call.
Hurtak.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Vieira.
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Goods. And Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried with Goods being absent at vote. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 5th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
All right. 3 more cases to go. Item number 11. Yes, sir.
Thanks so much, Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 11, case RZ 22-19. This is being heard for first reading consideration for the location at 407 and 409 South Albany Avenue. Proposed rezoning from RM16 residential multifamily to PD planned development residential single-family detached and semi-detached. I'll now pass along to the Planning Commission.
Mr. Collins, go ahead.
Danny Collins again with your Planning Commission staff. I've been sworn in. Our next case is in the Central Tampa Planning District, and more specifically in the South Howard neighborhood. Hyde Park is the closest public recreation facility, being located approximately a quarter mile to the south of the site. The site is within proximity of 2 transit stops that service the Tampa International Airport, International Plaza, Marion Transfer Center, and Britton Plaza Transfer Center. The subject site is located within a level C evacuation zone. Here is an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding properties. You'll see the subject site's outlined in this purple color. It's generally south of West Azeel Streets and just to the west side of South Albany Avenue. The surrounding area is predominantly residential in character. There are some non-residential uses 2 blocks west of the subject site on South Howard Avenue. Here's the adopted future land use map. The subject site is currently recognized under the residential 35 future land use designation. That residential 35 surrounds the subject site on all sides. 2 blocks west of the subject site along Howard Avenue, and then 1 block north of the subject site on West Platte Street are parcels that are recognized under the community mixed use 35 future land use designation. Subject site is within the residential 35 designation. If approved, the subject site would be developed at a density of 13.79 units per acre, which is consistent with the density anticipated under the residential 35 designation. The comprehensive plan speaks to the design of attached single-family units. The entrance to 4 single-family attached units are oriented internally, and no pedestrian connections are provided from the unit entrances to the sidewalk on South Albany Avenue. The city's comprehensive plan encourages the design and development of single-family attached projects to include orientation of the front door with sidewalk and street. The current design is a safety concern, since residents will be forced to walk into the drive aisle to access a public sidewalk. This design is also inconsistent with Land Use Policy 9.2.2, which requires buildings in urban neighborhoods to maintain a consistent overall setback from the public right-of-way in order to create a pleasing definition of this public sidewalk and street. Proposed development should front the sidewalk without drive aisles or other obstructions. Overall, the proposed PD is inconsistent with the policy direction of the comprehensive plan. The PD does not engage the public realm or provide a safe pedestrian connection from the 4 single-family attached units to the sidewalk along South Albany Avenue. The PD does not meet the direction of the comprehensive plan or ensure compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request inconsistent with the City of Tampa comprehensive plan. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the gentleman? Mr. Hussein.
Thanks so much, Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. Case RZ 22-19. The applicant is Alex Shaler and Tyler Hudson for the location 407 and 409 South Albany Avenue. Proposed rezoning from RM16 residential multifamily 16 to PD planned development residential single-family detached and semi-detached. I'll go ahead and show you the 2 waivers being requested. 1 waiver for the parking. They're requesting 2 parking spaces reduced to 14% reduction. And also, as Danny alluded to allow the ground floor entrances, front doors to 4 dwelling units to face internally. As I show you the aerial of the site outlined here in red. The development is being proposed for 4 semi-detached townhomes and 2 residential single-family detached homes. The lot contains a total area of 12,845 square feet, also or being 0.29 acres. Properties surrounding the subject site are developed with residential single-family and residential multifamily uses. Properties to the north and the west are zoned RM16 and developed with residential single-family. Properties to the east are zoned RM16 and developed with townhomes, and then properties to the south are zoned PD and developed with a duplex. The proposed height of the development is 35 feet in height, and vehicular access to the site comes off of South Albany Avenue. As I go to the site plan, you'll see what the applicant is referring for those 4 semi-detached and the 2 detached units. Go to the elevations. You see the east, west, north, and south elevation. As I went out to the site, you'll see what the current structure on the site looks like. Southeast of the site, you'll have those townhomes. South of the site, residential. North of the site, residential. In doing so, Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the overall review consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Modifications to the site plan must be made between first and second reading if approved. Here for any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Hussein? No? Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Hudson, please state your name when you approach the lectern.
Good evening, Council. My name is Tyler Hudson. My address is 400 North Ashley Drive. With me here this evening is the property owner and applicant, Ryan Basham. Also joining me is Alex Shaler, a licensed civil engineer with my law firm, and finally Alex Rios, the project architect. Before jumping into my presentation, I'd like to put into the record what's been uploaded into Acela. It's 2 letters of support from individuals that live on this block, Mr. Brandon Barkley of 418 Albany and Patrick Kirby of 412 Albany. With that, if I can turn on my presentation.
We see it on our screen.
Oh, you do? Oh, wonderful. If it's possible to use the one that we put on this computer.
I see RAZ 2219.
Is the old one?
Is that the correct one?
Use this one.
We sent it in earlier today.
Yeah, it was on this computer here. Sorry.
Yes. What do you see on your screen?
Yeah, if I can open
we see
what
it here.
Yeah, if I can open this thing right here. Yeah, thanks. Okay. Sorry about that. Good evening again. As Danny and Zane alluded to, this is it's specifically in the Courier City, Osceola neighborhood. It's on Albany Avenue in an area of Hyde Park that is seeing a lot of densification, as I'll show in a little bit. It's 0.3 acre site. It's 2 platted lots, single family homes currently on them. This is not located in the Hyde Park Local Historic District. There's no Architectural Review Commission jurisdiction here. The historic Hyde Park design standards aren't applicable to this particular property, given its location. I note here the walk score. I thought that was interesting that this particular neighborhood is actually the second most walkable in the city, according to walkscore.com. You're just 2 blocks east of the South Howard Bar District. I'm going to let Alex walk through a little bit of the specifics of this project, but I do want to note about the zoning, and this is something that's come up, I think, in prior hearings. If you look at this map, you see a whole lot of PDs. And the reason for that is because, as this council well knows, zoning is what implements the comprehensive plan. That's required under state law. Every jurisdiction has their comprehensive plan, which gets implemented by zoning. The comprehensive plan here is R35, which talks about medium density uses up to 30 units an acre, talks about even heights up to 8 stories. That is inconsistently implemented with this RM16 zoning here. It's really not possible to unlock that density that your predecessors on council adopted with this comprehensive plan through the Euclidean RM16 zoning. And that is why you see an absolute ocean of planned development rezonings in this vicinity, because those have been presented to accommodate the type of what we believe is an appropriate density single-family detached that this project is here to address. And with that, I'm going to turn things over to Alex, who's going to walk through some of the site details and waivers.
Good evening, Council. Alex Shaler, 400 North Ashley Drive, for the record, and I have been sworn. To start off, like Tyler said, we're going to run through the development proposal. So this is for 6 townhomes. We have externally facing patios as shown on the site plan. The sidewalk along South Albany Ave is staying, main access off of Albany as well. There's a through connection to the alley also. In terms of staff support, the findings, as Zane had mentioned, development coordination found this application consistent, as well as the list of other different departments we have below: natural resources, solid waste, stormwater, wastewater, water, and Tampa Fire. There are 2 waivers being requested in conjunction with this application. The first one relating to parking, the second one relating to different entrance orientations we have internal to the project, and we have extensive waiver justifications for both of these that were included with the application, so those are in the file as well. To start off with parking, so we are reducing the number of required parking from 14 spaces to 12 spaces. As you'll see in this clip of the site plan, we have 2 spaces per unit, which is what is required. So each unit is parked to entirety at a total of 12 spaces for the development. The 2 that have been left off from the site plan are the visitor parking requirement per code. As you can see here, we've shown a clip of the South Albany Ave directly across the street from the subject 2 parcels, and there is available street parking, although it's permit controlled overnight, but during the day that is accessible to the public. As Tyler had mentioned earlier, this specific pocket of the city is very walkable, and we feel as if many of the destinations around here can be reached either by foot or by bike, further justifying a reduction of unneeded asphalt for additional parking spaces. We mentioned entrance orientation as our second waiver to allow the ground floor entrances for 4 dwelling units internal to the site to face internal. As you can see, this is graphically trying to show you guys that South Albany Ave, our frontage is only 90 feet wide. Each one of these units is 32 feet in width. So when rotated in place along Albany, we cannot fit all 6 along Albany. And we have fit the maximum of 2 that we can facing Albany Ave. This is a screenshot from the elevation showing those 2 doors of units 3 and unit 6 that are facing Albany Ave. And then this is from the comprehensive plans land use designation for the site building facades and entrances that directly address the street and have a high degree of transparency on street fronting facades, which we feel we've accomplished with units 3 and 6, providing as many windows as we can, those front doors facing Albany as well. We wanted to speak a little bit about pedestrian connections because this was a major component in the Planning Commission's review of this application. The section we have highlighted, the entrances to 4 single-family attached units, oriented internal, and no pedestrian connection is provided. We have gone through recent coordination with the Planning Commission to try to address this, understanding that it was their main concern with this application. This came up in the staff report, which we have received in this snip of the site plan here showing those additional sidewalks has not been submitted. It was too late, but we do plan to make these adjustments between this reading, if we're fortunate enough to gain approval, and the second reading, so that every single one of these units, all 6, will have direct pedestrian connection to Albany Ave. Like I said, understanding that was a major concern of Planning Commission, and we wanted to do our best to try to address that. Another issue I think that has been brought up in the limited opposition that's been filed with this case is regarding the setbacks along Albany Ave. We wanted to address that up front. As you can see, parcels 4 and 5 shown here in this image are the subject parcels included with this application. Current building setbacks are 14 feet and 12 feet. Our application is proposing 10, so we do feel like it is congruent with what is there existing. As you can see, there's a table showing the setbacks that we've averages estimated from the property appraiser, showing relevantly close to what we are proposing. And we did want to note that there is not currently, from our estimations, a single lot on this block that is meeting a 25-foot setback currently. And South Albany Ave does have right-of-way to the east and to the west. So that's additional room against the actual physical road, since this is measured directly from the property line. Tyler touched on the comprehensive plan already earlier, allowing 30 dwelling units per acre, some additional characteristics that we felt were not very consistent with the RM16 zoning. But we did want to note and felt like it was really important to understand that this site, based off of the future land use and the total acreage, allows for 9 units. So we are only proposing 6 units, so not maximizing the density in an attempt to put forth a modest application, understanding that there are single-family homes still located on this block. But we thought 6 was a great mix in understanding the comp plan's designation, as well as being respective to the people located on this block in single-family homes. Just as further information regarding the density, and I think that Danny did cover this earlier, but currently the average in that area, that specific block, is 16.28 units per acre. Our application would come in at 20 units per acre, which is still allowable per the R35 future land use designation for the property. Zooming out a little bit from that specific block of Albany into the larger greater neighborhood and surrounding vicinity, we found a couple different precedents that we hoped would paint a good picture of what this development will look like. We found these, like I said, similar area. This one is just west of the Publix and Hyde Park, showing those units facing internal with that main access drive aisle between them. Our subject site is starred in red, that one's in blue, so relatively close. The next one moving north, about 4 blocks north, on top of Kennedy there, 1912 West North A Street. Very similar design here, where all of the units are internal facing, with the exception of those that are located along the property's frontage along West North A, with those having access directly to West North A Street via the driveway. And that concludes our presentation, and we are available for any questions.
Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Hurtak.
I have a question. You said that the front door is facing Albany, but it doesn't look like that in the site plans. Can you explain that a bit better?
Sure. I'll probably bring Alex Rios up, our architect, and have him speak to that.
Hey, Alex Rios, I've been sworn in. The front door, so there's 2 doors to every unit. There is the main entrance, or traditional main entrance, but there's also a rear patio. That's the slider that you see in the image. That is the entrance that faces Albany.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Can you put that up on the overhead and point out where these entrances are? I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I'm a visual person.
Oh. Yeah, so this
First,
would be,
point out where Albany's at, please.
Albany's right here.
Okay. Now point out the entrances to the buildings.
So we have a patio entrance here and let's say a traditional entrance here.
So what you're saying is that you can leave through the patio and get to Albany, but you can't walk out your front door to get to Albany. Excuse me. Let me rephrase that. You can walk directly out of your patio to Albany, but your front main entrance isn't directly on Albany.
It depends on how you define entrance. I did say traditional entrance, but it is the back patio, but it would lead directly to your living room. So it could be a second front door.
Which is the front door.
Right, but it's like a second front door is essentially what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
And if it is better to flip it, we are,
Your
sorry,
name?
excuse me, Ryan Basham, I'm the owner of the property. If it is better, we can rotate these, sorry, so that the front door, to your point, is facing Albany, not the patio door, if that makes sense.
Flip it in this. Yeah.
So what you're saying is you could actually, you would be willing to rotate that now, but then my question becomes, what happens to those garages? Because then it seems like you have 3 driveways.
The
Does that make sense?
It does. The garages would still, it may be shifted to the, what direction is that? The west side? And then the front door would be, if you're looking at unit, what is that one? Right there where the,
You could just.
oh, there we go, that too. So the front door would basically shift to where the patio is.
So you would just change the interior layout?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I'm not one to redesign from the dais. That, I don't like doing that. I have concerns about the whole situation. And I would feel if you want to redesign it yourself, because this is the site plan you're showing us, I would suggest asking for a continuance, redesign it, and come back. That's just how I feel, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
And I would be willing to approve it with just knowing that those changes would occur, is all I would.
Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. If you rotate the building, change the whole design, you can't make those changes between first and second reading. That's a substantial change that more than 2 departments in my internal staff will have to review. So they're gonna have to request a continuance of anything.
Anybody else?
I believe that that's what Mr. Citro was referring to.
Mr. Hudson?
Tyler Hudson, 400 Ashley Drive. I think some of these changes can be accommodated between first and reading, but out of respect to my fellow travelers on the agenda and to not air this out here, it sounds like a continuance would be in everyone's best interests. So I don't know if we have dates we can figure out.
Councilman Carlson?
Yeah, I just want to say, these kind of designs are all over the city. I don't have a problem with this at all. We haven't heard any feedback from the public about, and if they have any competent, substantial evidence otherwise, but these kinds of designs are all over.
Yeah,
Let's hear from the public, and then we'll go back to you as.
I think one thing I would like to note, though, the addition of the perimeter sidewalk, which will create the connectivity between the 4 rear units and Albany. We've spoken to Zane. I don't think there's any concern about that being added between first and second reading, but I'll be back in rebuttal.
All right, yes, ma'am.
I just want to speak to Councilman Carlson's point, and I agree, but I also believe that if you look at the frontages of the rest of the street, the homes do face the front. And if it's just being able to turn it, I think that would benefit the street as a whole. I don't have a problem with the density.
Understood. I mean,
you want to hear from the public first and then come back?
Departments. Yeah, is in. I don't know. Departments. That's transportation. That's 2.
Right. Let's hear.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I guess what I would ask for, and I know we need to get to the public comment. That's important. If we get a first reading, if we get through this first reading, and we say we're going to make the changes we want to make, and we're not able to accommodate between first and second reading, we would have to go back to DRC, back to first reading. We would have to go back through the process, and I think we're confident enough that the number of departments that would have to review this, given the way we can tailor it, would be 2 or less. That's the rule. It's not sort of art. It is science. If 2 or more agencies have to review it, but we'd like to try to accommodate that change without additional review. So it might be a good time to start with public comment, and I'll be back in rebuttal. But
Yes, sir. Do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item number 11? Yes, sir. Please state your name when you approach the lectern.
I'm Donald Morrill. I live at 405 South Albany, which is adjacent to the properties. I've lived on Albany Avenue for 30 years, 7 years in the 407 house, which I was married in, and 23 years at 405. Those houses are close together. They're wanting to triple the number of households on those lots, as well as tearing down those structures. They're seeking to decrease the number of automobile or parking for the street. This street already has it's congested with parked cars from the residential density it already has. They're looking for reductions in the setbacks, and the claim has been made that somehow the other houses aren't meeting 25. But I can tell you, as I can sit on my porch and I can measure it, and I have, that we won't be able to see anything to the south once this 10-foot setback is put in. We'll also be facing a wall that is more than 30 feet tall and more than 90 feet long, somewhere between 2,700 and 3,000 square feet of wall, 7 feet from the property line. It will, of course, obstruct our view, and it's cataclysmic for quality of life on the street. The impervious area on the block is going to be advanced by 300%. Albany Avenue floods during the rainy season. We kind of call it, with some affection, the gondola road, you know. And this is only going to make it worse, and I know it's going to impact my property and the property on the south directly. And crucially, this development does not engage the street or the larger neighborhood. Yes, we just saw an example in Habana off of Azil of one of those, and it performs the same kind of task. There's no connection to the street there. It's just that driveway and those entrances. This design looks inward. It turns its back on the street. It turns its shoulder to the street, the surrounding residences. And we have to say, I have to be straight, it's ugly. It's essentially seeking to cover as much ground area and...
No, you still have time, Go ahead.
30 seconds. Okay. It essentially covers as much ground area and commensurate square footage upward as possible. It's brutalist self-storage, that's the style. And it's giant boxes from which money gets scooped. Only a developer who's never lived on the street and never will could find it beautiful or love it. I beg you to deny this request. Their rationale seems to be we could make it even worse, but this, we're going to be great and just make it this much worse.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Morrell.
Question.
Dr. Morrell. Are any of these houses protected, or is any of this in the ARC, do you know?
I understand that it's in the historic district, and I have, I submitted a letter with a map of this historic district.
Zane, do you have an aerial view of this, the neighborhood? Maybe Dr. Morrell could just tell us his perspective on the consistency or lack of consistency with the neighborhood.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, Dr. Morrell, if you could just look at the map and tell us what the overhead map, the aerial view, and just tell us kind of the neighborhood as you see it, whether there's more properties like the ones proposed or more properties like the one you just showed.
I'm sorry, what's your question again?
No, kind of start from this property and work outwards and kind of show us from your perspective. A question we have to answer is whether this proposal is consistent with the neighborhood. And so from your perspective, could you just tell us in that area around the property, for example, what properties do you see as historic versus newer design in the adjacent properties?
Well, there are 4 bungalows in a row there between the fire station on the
Is there any
corner.
way you could point on the map? Sorry, it's small.
It's super small. Yeah, between these 4 properties here, between Azil and Horatio, right in there.
And then what about the other ones around there?
There's one across the street, and then, of course, there are all the properties that are on the next block, almost all of the next block.
Do you feel like most of the homes are like the ones you showed, or most of them are newer homes in that neighborhood?
On across the street, most of them are newer homes, but they are not sixplexes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Is that all?
Yeah, thank you. That's all
Thank
for me.
Mr. Hussein.
Staff found this consistent due to the surrounding neighborhood. If you look at the surrounding neighborhood, you do have residential detached and residential semi-detached. You have townhomes, you have single-family homes, so it was found consistent. Also, due to the amount of PDs in the area, it was also found consistent for that reason.
Thank you very much. All right, next speaker, please. And please state your name.
I'm Lisa Birnbaum. Good evening, council members and Mr. Chairman. I have been sworn in. My husband, Don Morrill, and I have lived in this charming stretch of 100-year-old bungalows for 30 years, and we have seen lots of changes. The last few years have brought us to the decision to stay on, and we've made improvements indoors and out this year, most recently a new roof and exterior paint job. We love our home and can't think of anywhere else we'd rather live. The proposed 6-unit project came as a shock to us just a couple of weeks ago, since the new owner had told us last year it would be a 4-unit development. The more we look at the site plan, the worse it appears for the whole block. Even 2 and 4-unit places across the street will be dwarfed by these hulking blocks of housing, and residents will suffer from parking woes. For us, it will be the worst because we're right next door, but there are a dozen issues you'll see in the record and all the letters that have come in to you that show this to have consequences for the street and the neighborhood. Despite the townhouses scattered across many of the blocks in the neighborhood, the area still has a historical feel that many here clearly value. Several neighbors have told us that even though they bought newer places, they bought also for the view of the 4 bungalows. As one who had his favorites called them the 3 sisters. These 1920s arts and crafts homes firmly established the character of Oscawana on every block, beautiful reminders of our city's past. Nearly every one of them has, in the last few years, been spruced up. And now couples can be seen on our street with dogs and baby carriages, or even people exercising in the evening and sometimes stopping to chat with us if we're on our front porch, which we often are. The neighborhood walkers surely wouldn't welcome huge structures jutting toward the sidewalk, destroying the flow of flowering plants in gardens and mature trees on the ample green space. During the pandemic, we were able to share our practice of stargazing on the back deck and long stone patio with friends whose fancy condos trapped them indoors without our access to the night sky. Now, of course, the 35-foot wall next to us will cast light from second-floor dining rooms and third-floor bedrooms and bathrooms in the evening, the intense dose of light pollution destroying one of the great advantages and pleasures of our property, our home. It's heartbreaking to realize that just as my husband retires and we have more time at home, we could have our first years pummeled by extensive construction across 2 lots right beside us, and so many unknowns and disruptions to accommodate instead of the peace we've earned. Are people like us to be driven out of Tampa so that developers can get richer? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Yes, sir, please state your name.
My name is Dwight Wells, and I'm actually here for my own property, which is at 304 South Albany, but I also am 1 block away from 407 and 408 South Albany. And I bought my building 30 years ago, and I've recently retired, and the proposal, first of all, is really out of character with what has been Hyde Park. It's why it's called historic Hyde Park. And the traffic problems on Albany have become quite monumental in terms of even the ability to walk or bike, which my wife and I both do safely on Albany Avenue. I think that I would urge the council, just by way of background, I was a city planner for 13 years. I was a county planner for 12 years in another state. But I did this work and I had to make tough decisions about properties that were, and just the fact that they're basically going to put a bulldozer to 2 of the beautiful Hyde Park cottages to start this project. They're going to tear down one. You should drive out there. They are 2 of the nicest and good shape Hyde Park cottages on Albany Avenue. That's gonna be the first step. And so I would urge you to, and I know you will, consider all of the ramifications of this. We have got a lot of construction going on our street, but I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very, yes, sir.
Sir, can I ask you a question?
Mr.
Sorry,
Wells.
Mike. Can I ask you a question real quick?
Yes.
Do you know, is this property in the Hyde Park area, there's the local historic district, which is protected, and then there's the national historic district, which is identified but not protected. Do you have any idea if this is in the national?
We're in the historic district. We're in the historic district.
Okay, but he just testified that he has a planning background also, so I thought.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay, but it's not, it's in a local historic district or no?
I don't know whether it's in the local. I know it's in the national historic
Zane,
district.
do you know that answer? It is in the local and the national?
Yes.
Zane, you want to, and then, but it's not, but these are not contributing structures that are protected?
It's national, it's national.
It's in the, can you come up
Can
to
you
the
come up to
lectern
the
and just
microphone, sir?
Sorry.
Zane Hussein, Development Coordination, it's in the National Historic District, not local.
So you all may know this, because yeah, it's the local historic district is protected, but the national historic is identified as historic, and they're historic homes, but they're not protected. And do you know if it's a contributing structure, these contributing structures, Zane, or not? Can you just, Marty says you have to come up and answer it.
Zane Hussein, Development Coordination, can you please restate the question?
Do you know if these two structures that are going to be torn down, are they contributing structures?
No, I'll have to check with our historic preservation team on that.
Is that an easy answer, or?
I can find out very soon.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Yes,
My
sir.
name is Ken Charette. I live in this neighborhood. I bet. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and council members. I am in opposition to this proposed rezoning of 407 and 409 South Albany Avenue. For the next 3 minutes, I would like to invite you to be a resident in this 100-year-old neighborhood that has been my home for 23 years. When the city changed the zoning from single family to multifamily, there was no infrastructure plan presented to the residents of this neighborhood to support this type of development. This new development is taking away most of our street parking. Many residents use garages for storage, which result in more owners parking in driveways, blocking sidewalks, and also parking on parkways, which is also illegal in this neighborhood. If this type of development continues, the possibility of street parking will vanish completely, and the street flooding will increase tremendously. It appears the city of Tampa is only measuring square footage of a lot for approval of rezoning, not the impact of the rezoning will have on our infrastructure, our flooding, sewers, placement of sidewalks, and all parking. I suggest that we investigate into the future development where infrastructure is addressed, street parking is not eliminated, sidewalks are not blocked, and there is no parking on parkways. Now, this has been designated a down to Armenia Avenue as downtown. We have people parking on parkways, blocking sidewalks. And right now, it looks like there's nothing really that bad happening, but from Horatio Avenue to Swan, it's been overdeveloped by the city. So, and right now, Hyde Park Collection, which is on Westland and Albany, they have just recently, they're renovating. They just turned them into that corporation that's in Hyde Park also, that owns all these apartments. And they're renovating them, so they're at 50% capacity now because they're renovating all the interior of the buildings, which is a great asset to the neighborhood. Yet, it's showing that there's plenty of parking, and there isn't in those areas.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, anybody else? Yes, sir.
My name is Nathan Hagan. As you know, there are thousands of people being displaced in the city of Tampa today or facing housing insecurity because we do not have enough housing. The people who will live here are moving here regardless of whether this gets built. Without these 4 homes, 4 families with less means will be displaced because the family that wants to live here will live somewhere else, and if you go down the line, there will be 4 fewer homes in our community for 4 of the poorest people in our community, let's say. At least 8 families will benefit by these extra 4 units being put in. None of them are being represented here tonight. Talking about parking, again, street parking is a normal thing in an urban environment. This is the most walkable community in Tampa besides Water Street or Channelside. And you know, you talk about the 9 units that were allowed under the land use. This is only, what, 6? The urban form is maybe a little questionable, but if you have an issue, the issue is with our land development code, not with this project. It's with our parking minimums. Ostensibly, the reason it was laid out this way is because they had to fit a lot of parking in there, and I'm not speaking for the developer, but I assume that they would never make a proposal to eliminate parking in a PD. I know how it would go right now. So I also want to highlight, this is very close to a grocery store. It's right on Howard Avenue. It's got access to great transit. The Bayshore Boulevard and the dedicated bike lanes are right nearby. There's tons of other ones like this. 8 families benefit by this home being built. If you want to argue over the door placement or this or that, I understand improving urban form, but saying that 4 families can't move in here, I think is detrimental to our community, so I would support this project.
Thank you very much. We also have a register, if there's nobody else here in the public, a Scott Johnson.
He is not logged on.
Not logged on. Okay, any other public comment? If not, we go to rebuttal to the gentleman, Mr. Hudson.
Good evening, Council. Tyler Hudson. The neighbors that you heard from this evening love their neighborhood, and for good reason, because it's a great neighborhood. It's a neighborhood that more people would like to call home, and that's exactly what your comprehensive plan anticipates for this piece of land, up to 9 homes, increase of 7. We're asking for 6. We think that this configuration, we think this density is reasonable. We think these waivers are amply supported by the justifications that we have put into the record. You have a consistency finding from your staff, which I can tell you is not always an easy thing to get. And as to the Planning Commission's inconsistency finding, it was based on 2 circumstances. The first was a lack of pedestrian connections for the rear units to the sidewalk on Albany. We can affect that change between first and second reading without issue. The second issue of the frontages, after considering and reading the code, I am highly confident that the reorientation of the doors on a structure that will not fundamentally change shape is likewise an accommodation that could be processed between first and second reading. And if that is not the case, then we will be right back here. I want to touch on 2 brief issues that were raised in opposition regarding the historic nature. This is in the National Historic District. It is not in the local historic district. The certificate of appropriateness process does not apply here. ARC has no jurisdiction here. And on the infrastructure, I would assume that is something that's really outside the scope of this rezoning. There's a truckload of state laws that regard concurrency, impact fees, things like that. And we absolutely do have some infrastructure needs throughout this community, but that's not really what's the subject of this hearing before you this evening. So I appreciate your time, appreciate your patience, and we would respectfully ask that you approve this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council members? Councilwoman Hurtak.
I don't know if this is the appropriate place. I'm a little new here, so let me know if I'm going too far. I think another issue that the residents raised is the design, a little inconsistent with even the new townhomes that we saw pictures of. Can you speak to that?
If I can, I believe in terms of size, mass, and scale and the like, that would be appropriate, but for particular design, I believe that would not be your purview to be able to ask it to be redesigned and to go into design elements. What you have is you have the site plan, it's the site plan that controls. That's what I ask, that you focus on the criteria of the code and apply the facts as you have them to the code as it's presented to you and make certain findings and then see if it's applicable and consistent.
Ms. Wells.
Kate Wells, Chief Assistant City Attorney for the record. Just to briefly respond to that, you know, while this property is located outside of the local historic district and it would not go through the certificate of appropriateness review, I think with respect to how the building engages with the street is appropriately before this council for consideration. And to the extent that we're talking about the design elements on that part of the building, that is within council's purview. And I think that's the purpose of the policy and the comprehensive plan with regard to having front-facing units and how that engages the street. So I think that portion of the project before you is appropriate for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
I was just going to say then, could you speak to the frontage?
Sure. Architect Alex. Yes. I prefer that the architect talk about design.
Sure. The question was, is it regards to the,
yes, how is it going to orient the street and fit in? I mean, we've talked about the frontage, so how is it going to be cohesive with the rest of the street?
Sure. I think we took precedent from other examples in the neighborhood. There was the one example that you saw, the first image. There's also a building right across the street that emulates that similar aesthetic. As far as addressing the entrance, I personally would want the sliders facing facing Albany. You know, a single swing door facing in versus a nice sliding door with a patio would maybe be more appealing, at least to my eye. So.
Anybody else? Do we have a motion to close?
Well, it's another opportunity then, if for rebuttal, if Mr. Hudson wishes to say anything. Council, I would just ask Mr. Chairman, if you could just ask if questions be made before the applicant has the last word. So after his presentation,
anything
you can have
else,
the
sir?
discussion.
You still have rebuttal.
Nothing really more. I just want to make sure that if there is a motion brought forward, that we make sure that the revision sheet includes the addition of the perimeter pedestrian connections and also the orientation of the Albany fronting buildings to have the frontage requirements mentioned in the Planning Commission staff report. Just want to make sure that doesn't get lost in the shuffle.
Okay, anything else? Do we have a motion to close?
So moved.
Motion from Councilman Citro. Second? Second from Councilman Carlson. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilman Citro.
Mr. Chair, I will rattle off the reasons why I cannot support this. So in the interest of saving time, I would rather pass it on to a person that is going to support it, and then I will have my vote.
Would anybody like to read item number 11? Councilman Vieira, would you like to read number 11? Anybody?
I can read it, and I'll, sure, I can read it, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I move an order. Sorry, sir?
Go ahead.
I move an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 407 and 409 South Albany in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1, from zoning district classification RM16 residential multifamily to PD plan development residential, single family, detached and semi-detached, providing an effective date.
Do we have a second? What? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is there any additional points that he wishes to
Oh,
make?
yeah, and I'm sorry, I wrote this down. I didn't get all the requested additions, including the orientation of the Albany frontage conditions. And Mr. Hudson had mentioned something else, but I couldn't write it down in time. But the additional statements by Mr. Hudson that were mentioned, I don't want to have to reopen, but if anybody remembers that, I couldn't write it down in time.
And with regard to the revision sheet, the revised revision sheet?
There's a substitute revision sheet.
Yes, substitute revision C.
And with regard to what Mr. Hudson suggested also be included with that?
Yes, sir. Mhm.
Does that have to be made clearer for the record, Mr. Hussein?
Zane Hussein, Development Coordination, correct, so the extra revision sheet you would want to say for the record. The updated one. Yes, correct, and there's 2 additional items, please,
And we're clear for the record of what those are?
and say it for the record.
Okay, thank you.
Correct.
All right, do we have a second? Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a second from Councilwoman Hurtak. Roll call vote.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Carlson,
No.
Maniscalco,
No.
Viera,
Yes.
Citro,
No.
Miranda,
Yes.
and Goods.
No.
Motion failed with Carlson, Maniscalco, Citro, and Goods voting no.
All right, do we have another motion?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir, Councilman Citro.
If I may, please, I move to deny the plan development of REC 22-19. I feel that the petitioner did not meet the burden of proof, and that his failure to comply with the applicable goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. The proposed rezoning is inconsistent with the land use policy 9.2.6, which is encouraging the design and development of single-family attached projects to include the orientation of the front door of 2 sidewalks, and the failure of the Land Development Code, Section 27-136. The purpose of development is shown on the site plan, does not promote or encourage development that is appropriate in location, character, or compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
Do you have the opportunity to address the issue of the waivers or not?
If you would like me to, I will. The need or desire of the waivers unnecessarily supports the fact that the proposed development is not appropriate for the site and does not comply, with the Land Development Code.
Thank you.
We have a second from Councilmember Carlson. Roll call vote.
Carlson,
Yes.
Viera,
No.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda, Hurtak,
No.
Goods,
Yes.
and Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried with Viera, Miranda, and Hurtak voting no.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Anybody want to take a 5-minute recess?
Yes, please.
Let's take a 5-minute recess. All right, I'd like to call the city council meeting back to order. Roll call.
Carlson.
Here.
Goods. Here. Hurtak. Here. Citro.
Here.
Vieira.
Here.
Miranda.
Here.
And Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Thank you. Number 12, Zain Hussein.
Thanks so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination, case. Agenda item number 12, case REZ 22-20. This is for the property at 306 South Albany Avenue. Proposed rezoning from RM16 residential multifamily to PD planned development residential multifamily. On the line, we have Danny Collins.
Mr. Collins, are you on?
Yeah.
There he is. Yes, sir, go ahead.
May I share my screen?
Danny, you have presenter rights.
I don't see the link to share my screen. Can you share my screen or?
We don't see it yet.
Can you resend the link to see my screen?
There
What
we
about
go.
now?
Yes, sir.
Sorry about that. Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I've been sworn in. Our next case is in the Central Tampa Planning District, and more specifically in the South Howard neighborhood. Hyde Park is the closest public recreation facility, which is located approximately 4 blocks to the south of the subject site. Closest transit stop is located 1 block northeast of the site at the intersection of West Platte Street and South Melville Avenue. Subject site is located within a level C evacuation zone. Here's an aerial map of the subject site and surrounding properties. You'll see the subject site is generally south of West Platte Street and on the east side of West Zeal Street. There are predominantly residential uses that surround the subject site. On the south side of South Platte Street, there are some non-residential uses located along West Platte Street. South Howard Avenue is approximately 4 blocks to the west of the subject site, which contain predominantly non-residential uses. Here is the adopted future land use map. The subject site is currently recognized under the residential 35 future land use designation. The R35 is to the east, south, west of the subject site. Directly to the north of the subject site are parcels designated CMU 35. That's the CMU 35 is the predominant land use category along this portion of West Platte Street and also along South Howard Avenue. Subject site is within the residential 35 designation. If approved, the subject site would be developed at a density of 29 dwelling units per acre, which is consistent with the residential 35 future land use designation. While the proposed use and density are consistent with the underlying future land use, the request is inconsistent with land use policy 9.2.6. The site proposes 2 of the units, front doors and garages to face an improved alleyway east of South Albany Avenue. The remaining 2 units would be constructed to face South Albany Avenue, a local street with a sidewalk. The city's comprehensive plan encourages the design and development of single-family attached projects to include orientation of the front door to sidewalk and street. By orienting 2 units to an alley without providing pedestrian connections to South Albany Avenue, the proposed site plan does not meet this policy direction of the comprehensive plan. This also prevents a safety concern for residents of those units. Planning Commission staff recognizes the role that alleyways contribute to the city's neighborhoods. These alleyways provide neighborhood connectivity, public service functions, including garbage pickup, fire rescue services. The alleyway serves as a specific purpose and is not intended to be used as a main entrance for residential units. Planning Commission staff is greatly concerned that the public safety of the neighborhood will be hindered by allowing the residential units to face the alleyway. Overall, due to the site layout, the proposed PD is inconsistent with the policy direction of the comprehensive plan. Based on these considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request inconsistent with the City of Tampa comprehensive plan. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Collins? Yes,
I
ma'am.
actually do have a question. I know you find it inconsistent, but doesn't this area have a lot of garage apartments that actually do have an entrance onto the alleyway?
There are accessory units that do have units that orient towards the alleyway. However, it's land use for attached units, for example, land use policy 9.2.6 requires entrances to orient towards a public sidewalk and street. In this case, it would not. Also, there is no access there's no access for residents to get to South Albany Avenue. They would have to walk out into the alley, which poses a safety concern.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Mr. Hussein.
Thanks so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. Case RZ 22-20. The representative is Simon Amsbury and Russell Ottenberg for the location at 306 South Albany Avenue. I'll share aerial view. So the property here is proposing a rezone from RM16, Residential Multifamily 16, to PD, Planned Development Residential Multifamily. There are 3 waivers being requested. One, as Daniel was referring to, for those 2 eastern units to face an alley. Second is for an aisle width transportation. And the third is for reduction in green space natural resources. As you see the parcel here outlined in red, this to allow for 4 residential multifamily units. The total lot area contains 6,140 square feet or 0.14 acres. The building itself will have a total gross building area of 9,452 square feet. The proposed parking is 9 parking spaces, and they meet the requirement of 9 parking spaces. Property to the north. Property to the north of the parcel is PD with residential single family. Property to the south is zone RM16, developed with residential single family. To the west, zone PD with townhomes. And to the east, the parcel is RM16 with residential single family on the lot. The proposed height of the building will be 3 floors and 35 feet. The vehicular access to the site is from South Albany Avenue and also an alleyway on the east side of the property, which I'll show you on the site plan. Going to the overhead view, you'll see the 4 units, 1, 2, 3, 4 for the residential multifamily. And then you'll see the alleyway on the east side, and you'll see also the access from South Albany Avenue to the west. As we go to the elevations, you'll see an example of the elevations from the south and the west side. And as I went out to the property, you'll see what the current state A little bit to the north, you'll see office space, and to the north, closer to the property, you'll see more residential homes. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the overall request inconsistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. This is due to transportation needing a waiver, Planning Commission needing a waiver, and natural resources needing a waiver. Also, the fire department has found it inconsistent, and the applicant, if approved, would have to fix their needs between first and second reading also. On that part, I am here for any questions if needed.
Councilman Seat.
Zane, I'm gonna ask you a question. If you don't feel comfortable and want me to go to petitioner, that's fine. The site plan, can you put that back up as far as the 4 units and the parking? Now, can you blow that up so that I can see the 4 parking spaces in the rear and the alleyway? I have the luxury of having it in front of me here, but when I point something out, thank you very much, Zane.
No problem.
The apron for the parking in the rear where there's 4 cars are, is that extending, the apron, is that extending into the alleyway as it's shown on the site plan?
We have transportation. We have Jonathan Scott on the line. If he can.
Okay, then I'll ask Jonathan when the time comes. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? No? All right. Is John, you wanna ask Jonathan Scott now? You wanna wait?
Yeah,
for
if
the-
Jonathan
I'll
Scott's
wait
on the
for
line.
petitioner.
All right, we'll wait a second. We'll go to the petitioner. Thank you very much.
Jonathan Scott, Transportation Planning. Their driveway apron does connect into the alley. That's what you're asking.
Were you sworn in?
Yes, sir, I was
Okay.
sworn in.
So Jonathan, what you're saying is the apron does extend into the alleyway? Or is that what you just said?
Yes, sir, their driveway on the alley does tie into the alley in the back. It does flare into it.
Do you know how far it does go into the alley? 2 foot?
Well, it just connects right into it. That's part of the reason why they need a backup waiver. You know, that's the waiver, just the way because of the way that the parking spaces are. That's the only waiver they need, but at least they can get, cars parked there. They have enough width in the driveway. I was working with them on this one.
All right, thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir, please state your name.
Good evening, Russell Ottenberg, 3737 Lake Joyce Drive, Land O'Lakes, Florida. I have been sworn. Before I start, I'd like to enter a couple documents into the record. Actually, I think I have one more.
Did you want to state what they are? Or just,
Certainly. What I just handed in was a sign-in sheet and a photo of a neighborhood meeting that we held at the property 2 days ago. And this that I'm handing in is a auto turn movement for the alley, showing that cars can pull in and make that maneuver. As has been noted, this is an application to rezone from RM16 to PD to allow 4 townhomes on the subject property. This PD does require 3 waivers, as has been noted by staff. I'll get into those in a little more detail in a moment. I do want to show, and this is in the information that we submitted as part of the application. If you could zoom out, please, to the...
a wheel on top.
I'm sorry. So this is an aerial of the neighborhood, and the site is outlined in red here. And I've identified with green shading all of the properties in the neighborhood that are townhomes, condos, or other multifamily developments. And as you can see, quite a bit of them are that there are not quite as many single-family homes in the neighborhood as there are multifamily developments. A lot of these developments, and I'll get into this with the specific waivers, have units that access directly to alleys, and
access to alleys with less than 24 feet of pavement, which is also one of the waivers. So you can see that, for example, and I think I've checked some of these off. This is a unit that accesses via alley. These two units access via alley. All of these units down here access alley. These units access alley. These units access alley. All of these units access alley. All of these units access alley. These units access alley. And these units access alley. So as far as the waiver to accessing an alley, what we're requesting is entirely consistent with the development trend in the area. With respect to having the front doors on an alley, those same units have their front doors on the alley. So this is, or many of them do, not all of them, but many of them do. And so that is also consistent with what we're requesting is also consistent with the development trends in the area. So we have a third waiver, which is to the overall green space per unit. And the land development regulations require 350 square feet per unit, and that would require 1,400 square feet. We are proposing roughly 310 square feet per unit. Now, directly across the street at 305 South Albany Avenue, in one of the photos that Zane had shown, you saw that same 4 townhome development. So directly across the street, right here, is a 4 townhome development on a lot the same size that was approved via PD, that has direct access to an alley for their front doors, has their driveways on the alley, also had a reduction in square footage from 350 square feet per unit to 300 square feet. That waiver was approved. And they were also required to put in a fire sprinkler system, which is one of the comments that fire review had for us. And we've actually already addressed that in our most recent site plan that was submitted for review. One of the notes states the fire suppression system that would be used in those. So what we're requesting here is essentially the same as what is going on throughout the neighborhood. We're not substantially or materially different from the other townhomes, condos, or multifamily developments that are in the area. As I said a little earlier, we also had a neighborhood meeting 2 nights ago that was, the neighbors were invited to about a week prior. And set up right in the front yard of 306, right here. We had a total of 3 people show up. They all signed in, and as you can see, they all are in support of this petition. And so, in addition to that, as we have 2 general categories of things going on here. We have whether or not the use itself is consistent and compatible. And I think Planning Commission and city staff has said that it is consistent and compatible. And then we have some technical inconsistencies. The 3 that I discussed, the access from the alley, the alley width, and then the reduction in green space. There's some other technical inconsistency with respect to the tree on that straddles the property line and fire. And those are addressed in the revision sheet, the updated revision sheet that has been submitted. We're in agreement with all of those. We're going to make those changes. Those will remedy the inconsistencies. And so we feel that what we're proposing to do here is consistent, compatible, It is a use that is, and a development of comparable scale and scope as other multifamily developments within this neighborhood. The previously approved 4-unit townhome directly across the street is, we're basically a mirror image of that in terms of the use and the waivers requested. So we're materially the same as that. Here's another fact that is a little bit different than some of the other petitions you've heard tonight. The current property owner, who is the developer, is going to live in one of these units. So only 3 of them are going to be sold to other people. She lives there now. She wants to live. She wants this to be a first-class development. And we've submitted elevations, but they really don't show what the quality of the units are. And this is a better representation of what that's going to look like. As has been noted in many of the previous meetings, there is a need for housing in this area. And so given all of the above, we would respectfully request approval of this PD. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilman Miranda.
Thank you. I'm just curious, and in no way am I in any way saying that the presentation is flawed, but when I hear the word, it's the same as another one, that means to me that the same 3 waivers have to be exact, because if you said everything is the same as the other one, that means that 2 units have to face the alley. That means that the same unit that you're comparing it to have to be reduction of space from width of 24 feet to 15 feet. And it has to be then that the green space is reduced from 350 to 311. And I don't know if that's factual or not. In other words, when you're comparing your property one across from you, we don't know, or I don't know specifically, I'll be honest with you, if that reduction of the alley is from 24 feet to 15 feet.
Sure, and actually I've included the approved PD site plans for 305 across the street in the materials that you have. Now, they actually got a reduction in green space, and you're right, it's not exactly the same. And then it was,
I just want to know that.
Materially the same. Yes. So the one across the street actually got a larger reduction in green space than what we're requesting. And I don't recall, I'd have to look what the alley width is on that. But again, they were approved for a reduction from 24 feet to something less than 24 feet. I know there are other developments of this nature that have access on a 15-foot alley. I've looked at that. I can't remember exactly which ones they were, but some of these other ones have been approved for access on a 15-foot alley. Excuse me.
All right. Councilman Citro, then Councilwoman Hurtak. Oh, it was, okay. Councilman Citro, yes, sir.
Thank you. Again, I'm looking at front door facing. It would be great if all the front doors could face the street. I understand the design is there, and part of the design is parking. If we all drove very small cars, subcompact, Mini Coopers that are only 10 foot, that run on electric, we'd have a much better place to live in. However, we can't circumvent the laws, the parking requirements yet. But I have the issue with the 4 parking spaces in back. And again, I'll revert back to the average size of a mid-sized car is 14 foot. Mini Coopers are 10. Some people still drive SUVs. Some people still drive pickup trucks. You've got 4 spaces, and 2 of those spaces are 18 foot wide. And you've got an alley that's 10 foot wide. So if you're gonna take a 14-foot car, back it out into a, here comes Kate. Into a 15-foot alleyway, that is fine. However, my point is that you're showing in your own paper here, coming off the alley and into the parking space, just that curve alone is taking up more than half of that 18-foot parking space. So my concern is the parking in the rear. Again, if we could here comes Zane. Let me finish and then you can go. If we were able to just say, okay, you could have 2 parking spaces in back, that would be fine. My concern is size of the vehicles, the amount of turning radius, the parking space available in the rear, and not to mention the doors aren't facing the street. So I'm letting you know my concerns.
Understood, thank you. Zane, did you?
Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. Mr. Citro, I understand what you're saying. I would definitely love to get our transportation engineer on staff, Jonathan Scott, to give his input on the parking situation, on the dimensions, as you said, which is a great example with a mini coupe compared to a minivan. So, Jonathan Scott, are you on the line, sir?
Yeah, Jonathan Scott, Transportation Planning. Mr. Citro, you make some good points. I mean, the thing I'd point out though, like, I know that is they're asking for the waiver to the backup, and you're right, you know, if you had a bigger vehicle, it'd be tough to make that turn. But at least they're getting enough room. We worked with the applicant to get enough room on that. He's got like 18 feet, over 18 feet, which you can fit a normal size car, oversized car, even an SUV in that spot, which is better than most, you know, developments. At least you can park a car there, is what I'm saying. They would have had the option of either asking for a parking waiver or asking for the drive-all waiver in this case. So,
Okay, Jonathan.
now the applicant has looked into, I think they provided like some auto turn, you know, to look at vehicles coming in and out of there. I'll let the applicant speak to that a little more.
Jonathan, I thank you for your input, but just that that 18-foot is for 2 cars parking. And I understand it would be much easier if just 1 car was parking there. So again, I'm just voicing my opinions, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Thank you very much.
If I may, Councilman Citro.
Sure.
The turning movement that I submitted in also uses a standard AASHTO passenger vehicle, which is 19 feet long. So we use the largest normal passenger vehicle possible. Okay, you know, and 19 feet long, my Nissan Titan is 19 feet long. And you know, I don't know that there are vehicles that are, most vehicles are not that size.
I think we've all seen it. And I just was trying to figure out whether I want that in the overhead. We've all taken a look at it. Again, I'm expressing my opinions.
Understood.
Anybody else?
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
If you are here for public comment,
If I may just make one more statement, it's not even a question. If we didn't have those parking requirements, all doors facing the street, imagine the square footage each of these could be. Just saying. Thank you.
yes, sir. Dwight Wells.
That's me. I'm at 304 South Albany.
Please state your name just for the record.
Dwight Wells, 304 South Albany. It's been my law office and my home for almost 30 years. First of all, the concern of the parking places on the alley is a very, very real concern. I had to put a parking lot behind my house when I got my zoning changed to run my law office out of that bungalow. So I have a parking lot. But to propose 2 cars of average size going into 2 living units, not 2, 4, that's a problem I think that that I'm glad this gentleman raised, Mr. Vieira raised, because I think it's a real problem. Now, we are neighbors to the people that are proposing to do this. They've let the house really fall into disrepair. I mean, these bungalows, which I live in, it was built in 1937. If you paint it, you take care of it, it takes care of you for a long, long time. We talked to the people. They're a young couple. I guess they're going to get married. At least I guess they're going to be one of the 4 couples that live there. But as you probably know, Albany has become a rather very used thoroughfare now, between getting off the 2 major streets and getting over to Hyde Park, getting over to the grocery store, at Winn-Dixie. And the traffic is a problem. It was expressed somewhat by the people that talked just a little while ago. We have tried to get answers to some of our issues. We really haven't gotten them. But we would like you to seriously consider refusing this request, because I would just say on the record that I think it was intentionally let to fall into disrepair so that they could tear it down and do what they're doing. And I think that's too bad, because the six houses between Albany and they're all single family, they're all occupied by people, folks.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Joanne Wells.
How'd you know?
Please state your name for the record.
Joanne Wells, and good evening, Mr. Chairman and the council. And Dwight's my husband, and we live at 304 South Albany, next door to the proposed rezoning to residential, multifamily. And we've owned the building for about 30 years, and we love our bungalow. We love living in a historic district, even though it's not maybe official. My husband and I, we walk in our neighborhood. We love the fact that we can walk to nearby stores and restaurants. And this is the reason I am opposing the rezoning, is there's not another 3-story building anywhere on our block. It's totally out of proportion to the surrounding bungalows. The townhouse across the street the attorney was referring to is 2-story, not 3. Only 2 units are allowed under the current zoning. 4 units would be 200% increase in the current zoning density. The proposed reducing the front yard setback from 25 to 18 feet will result in losing 2 parking places on the street and cars parked across the sidewalk, which is illegal. My husband and I, being seniors, we do walk out in the sidewalk quite a bit, and we should not have to walk out in the street when cars are blocking, and it's also illegal. Even though the front units will have a garage, hardly anybody ever parks in their garage, as this is used for storage. Also, most families have 2 cars, and that will mean double parking, as it is very little street parking available now. The proposed rezoning will cause more impervious areas on the property and severely add to the drainage problems we already have in the neighborhood. With heavy rains in the summer, our streets are flooding, and this would only add to the problem. The proposed development does not meet the minimum green space requirements of 350 square feet per unit. The City of Tampa rezoning staff report, the alleyway provides neighborhood connectivity and public service functions, including garbage pickup and fire rescue services. The alleyways are never intended to be used as a main entrance for residential units. 2 of the proposed units will be opening to the alleyway, and the Planning Commission staff is greatly concerned of public safety of the neighborhood will be hindering by allowing the residential units to face the alley. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else?
Donald Morrow. I live at 405 South Albany, and I come in solidarity against this proposed project. But I'm here specifically to speak on behalf of Paula Stahel, who lives at 308 South Albany on the other side of the proposed development, and she's lived there since 1989. Is unable to attend this meeting, and I'm just reading a prepared text from her. She submitted a letter to each of you stating her objections to this rezoning, which will include all the objections made here and by others. Of primary concern to her is the protected live oak in the backyard of her property. Along with her letter, she submitted a report from retired city arborist David Riley, who determined the amount of cutback required in the covering of its root structure will cause the tree to die, which will put her own home at risk of damage. As seen in this photo, which you received in Riley's report, the red markings show how much would need to be removed, approximately 1/3 of the tree's canopy. Last summer, Stahel was approached by the applicant about removing the tree and was willing to agree if financially compensated for the value of the tree. The applicant's response was that Stahel was threatening her. It also came to light that the applicant expected Stahel to remove the tree at her own expense. Again, Paula Stahel fully objects to this rezoning request. This development does not belong in this historic neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Nathan Hagan. The incredible walkability of this neighborhood is a result of the density like this. If you've been in that neighborhood, you know there are a lot of projects that look exactly like this that have gone up. The walkability of that neighborhood, I would say, is a direct result of that. I don't want to call this a quadplex, but it is. And quadplexes and walkable neighborhoods don't require 9 parking spots. Councilman Citro already talked about that, so I'll stop there. Alleys should not be scary, dangerous places. It seems to me that council has the opportunity to evaluate the credibility of that in evaluating this project. In fact, I'll say that this parking situation with the alley actually improves safety in that I use that street to bike to Howard or to the Winn-Dixie pretty regularly, and I would love to have the cars that would be put in that development not go on to Albany and compete with me for space on the road as a cyclist. And as a final point, similar to other things I've said tonight, projects like this reduce gentrification pressure in other neighborhoods. They absorb demand. These extra families there presumably are going to be looking for somewhere else, so something to consider.
Thank you very much.
My name is Ken Charette, and I'm opposed this plan. The building across the street that the gentleman has told you about it's a fourplex. It has a garage in the back, and it has places for 4 cars. 2 cars can be in the garage and 2 cars can be out. This plan has no garages in the back, so all the cars are right on the alley. This side of the street is the parking side of the street. There's 4 more bungalows on this street that can be taken down. And this is how this whole neighborhood is developing. All of a sudden, you've got no parking on that block. And then you're allowing to put, what we would like to see is put your 3-story buildings at the end of the blocks, not through the streetscape. You're trying to redevelop a 100-year-old neighborhood, and you're just putting things up because you don't know what you're doing. And it's obvious. You take and come and look at this, how this is playing out, and it looks like it isn't a planned community. And you're in charge. We voted you in to take and do a nice job. Take and walk through this and look at it. You're creating a disaster. We can't redo like we redo Kennedy Boulevard, we redo Dale Mabry, we redo, I mean, we spent millions of dollars on redoing Dale Mabry. And now he just redid it. And now we did Himes, now we're doing Kennedy. You can't do this, we can't redo a neighborhood. You need to take and have some sort of idea of what a development is. And you don't know what a development is. You're putting 2-story, 3-story. Go ahead, put 3 stories on at the end of the blocks. And you need to be using alleyways for parking, not streets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. My arborist, Erin, unfortunately fell sick, so she is not available tonight, but there is a 30-inch live oak off the property, which if this development happens, it will severely affect the 30-inch live oak, which spans 2 lots. So she definitely wanted me to state that for the record. Unfortunately, she's sick today.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council members? No, if not, we go to rebuttal, sir.
Russell Ottenberg, Planning Incorporated. In terms of parking on the alley, again, that is a common design feature throughout the neighborhood. I'd like to make a slight clarification for what Mr. Charep, and I apologize if I mispronounce his name, said regarding that. These are the elevations for that. Only 2, they're single car garages, so on the alley, 1 car is parked between the face of the garage and the alley. It's tandem parking. It is not a 2-car garage. With respect to the height, the RM16 zoning district that this is in currently allows a height of up to 35 feet by right. So if the owner wanted to, they could demolish the house today, build a single-family house up to 35 feet high without any consideration from anyone. So that is a use by right. We are holding that cap in our PD, and we'll be under the 35 feet. There is no parking in the right-of-way. All the parking is on site. We have sufficient depth between the property line and the face of the garages or the face of the building to accommodate full-size vehicles. As far as garages being used for storage, that can be said for any unit. That depends on the property owner. It is not something that is necessarily part of this application. That will be dependent on, any owner, and that can happen on any property in this neighborhood. With respect to drainage, we are required by the city of Tampa to provide treatment volume on the site, and we are doing that. Again, there are numerous units throughout the neighborhood that face the alley. With respect to the tree, this is the survey of the existing property. This is the tree in question. This is an air conditioning unit right next to the tree. There's a fence right between here. This is the edge of the existing house. They have a pier right here. Okay, so they are, and they probably have a pier right here at this other corner. These are the proposed units. This is the tree. This is the ground floor exterior wall. this unit, and because we wanted some consistency, this unit was specifically notched to provide greater protection to the tree. Okay? So we're increasing the distance from the tree to the building. In addition to that, we're going to use pier and lintel, suspended floors, all of the construction techniques that are recommended by the city. So we're going to be doing everything we can to protect the root structure of the tree. We'll be air spading and complying with all of the recommendations that the city has made for that tree. With respect to the canopy, we also had an arborist look at this. The arborist report is part of the application package. The arborist has said that no more than 25% of the canopy would be removed as part of this project, and any removal would be done in accordance with industry standards. So there's not going to be an unqualified crew. It's all going to be done under arborist direction. I would like to have Simon Amesbury. He will be the builder for this project if it gets approved. I would like him to talk about the condition of the existing residence because unfortunately it is not savable, but he can speak to that better than I can.
My name is Simon Amesbury, 730 South Sterling. I have been sworn in. Yeah, just talking about the existing property, the current owner has lived in it since purchase, which I believe was 2017. Don't quote me on that, but I believe it is. Until within the last year when their plumbing failed. So she cannot live in there. She's got foundation that has collapsed. She's got wood rot. She's got termite damage, which most of those properties have because of their age. But she literally cannot live in it.
30 more seconds.
Okay. She literally cannot live in it, so something has to be done. And the problem that with the value of property and so on, just building a single family home on there does not bring the value back to, to herself. She can't afford to do that, and hence is looking to do something that benefits the area and is consistent with the area. If that makes sense. Do you have any questions?
Right. Thank you very much. Any questions before anything? Do we have a motion to close? Motion to close from Councilman Goods, second?
Second.
Second from Councilman Carlson, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilwoman Hurtak, would you like to take item number 12?
Well, I would, do you want to do a motion first and then have conversation, or how does this work? How do you all like to do it?
If I can, the maker of the motion is required to vote in favor of the motion, so that the seconder does not. So I just want you to know that, generally speaking.
That's right. If you make a motion, that means you gotta vote
Yes,
first.
yeah, I know that. I didn't know if we wanted to have if anybody had any conversation before.
I
Okay.
mean, we can have conversation, we can't ask questions of the
Yeah.
applicant,
Oh,
'cause
yeah.
the motion, the hearing is closed, but we can talk
Okay.
amongst ourselves.
Well, then I'll just do, a motion and see how it goes.
Okay, sure.
I move to deny REZ 22-20 for the property located at 306 South Albany Avenue due to the failure of the applicant to meet its burden of proof to provide competent and substantial evidence that the development as conditioned and shown on the site plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan and city code, and the applicant's failure to meet its burden of proof with respect to the requested waivers. Failure to comply with applicable, in terms of the comprehensive plan, encouraging the design and development of single-family attached projects to include the orientation of front doors to sidewalks and streets. The land development code does not promote the efficient and sustainable use of land and infrastructure. And really the waivers, the aisle with waiver of transportation is a concern. Is that enough? Do you need
Good.
more?
I would ask that you cite to sections of the code.
Oh,
or
I'm
the-
sorry, waivers, failure to comply with section 27-139.4.
Okay, and with regard to anything else?
Oh, the land
Any other-
development code, section 27-136.
All right. Wait, Goose came in a second.
Sorry.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak with a second from Councilman Goods. Roll call.
Hurtak,
Any discussion on the motion?
I mean, it's my motion, but I
Go
still,
ahead.
I think the density is just a little too much for this lot, especially because of the parking. I think if we didn't have to have the parking, the width of the alley is very concerning to me, as is the frontage being so far forward. Yeah, it just, the tree is also a concern, even though they say they can work on it. So all of those things for me were what really, it's just too much.
All right. We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, second from Councilmember Goods. Roll call. Vote.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Viera,
Yes.
Cedra,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right. Last item of the night. Mr. Hussein.
Thanks so much.
They're all virtual. Go ahead, sir.
I'll wait
All right.
a couple seconds.
Go ahead,
Thanks so-
sir.
Thank you so much. Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 13, case REZ 22-21. This is being presented for first reading for the location at 4801 Commerce Street. Proposed rezoning from IG Industrial General and RM 24 Residential Multifamily to PD Residential PD Retail Sales, Convenience Goods, and Gasoline. We have a planning commission on the line. Danny?
Mr. Collins, go ahead.
Hi, may I share my screen? May I share my screen?
Can we get his screen up? Huh? Okay. All right, there we go. Go ahead, sir.
Danny Collins with your planning commission staff have been sworn in. Our last case is in the South Tampa Planning District, more specifically the Port Tampa neighborhood. Spanish American War Memorial Park is the closest public park, being located approximately 1 mile northeast of the subject site. Closest transit stop is located approximately 500 feet southwest of the subject site at the intersection of Kissimmee Street and Commerce Street. The site is within an evacuation zone and also within the coastal high hazard area. Here's an aerial map of the subject site and surrounding properties. You'll see the subject site is just on the north side of Commerce Street, just west of Southwest Shore Boulevard and south of West Prescott Street. Generally, to the east of Commerce Street, you have residential uses. There are some non-residential uses adjacent to the subject site along Commerce Street. This land directly to the west of the subject site is presently vacant. Here's the adopted future land use map. Currently, majority of the subject sites recognized under the light industrial future land use designation. And then there's the northern portion of the sites recognized under the residential 35 designation. Directly to the west of the subject site is land recognized under the residential 35, and then to the east is land recognized under the CMU 35 future land use designation. There is a CSX railroad that runs within the western boundary of the subject site. Planning Commission staff reviewed the surrounding area and finds the request comparable and compatible with this portion of the Port Tampa neighborhood. The subject site is east of an existing CSX rail and north of land planned for light industrial uses. Additionally, to the east of the subject site are parcels designated CMU 35 that are presently being utilized for light commercial uses. The applicant is proposing a commercial structure and fuel canopy on the portions of the site designated light industrial. Parking and stormwater infrastructure are provided on the portions of the site designated R35. The request is consistent with both underlying future land uses on the site. PD is designed for pedestrian accessibility and walkability. The applicant is proposing a sidewalk adjacent to the site along Commerce Street and providing a connection from the store's entrance to that sidewalk. These pedestrian improvements will ensure pedestrians can safely access the store as well as the transit stop, which is located approximately 500 feet southwest of the site at the intersection of Kissimmee Street, Commerce Street. Land use policy 15.2.4 requires commercial uses to be appropriately buffered from any residential development. The applicant is not requesting any reductions to landscape buffer and screening requirements. Though lands to the west of the site are recognized under the R35 designation and planned for residential development, the CSX rail that runs along the western portion of the subject site, separating the proposed uses from any future residential development on the budding western parcels. Therefore, the Planning Commission staff finds that the request will be appropriately buffered from any future residential development to the west of the site. All development and major renovations shall be required to provide exterior building lighting and shade trees along sidewalks to encourage pedestrian activity and reduce overall dependence on automobiles. Since no proposed landscaping adjacent to the proposed sidewalk on Commerce Street is shown on the site plan, Planning Commission staff requests that the applicant address this policy between first and second reading, and that's land use policy 15.2.7. In conclusion, the request is comparable and compatible with the surrounding area and consistent with the underlying future land use designation. Based on these considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thanks. Do we have any questions for Mr. Collins? No? Mr. Hussein? Yes, sir.
Thanks so much. Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. Case REZ 22-21. The applicant is Rachel Papuga. Proposed rezoning from RM24 and IG to PD, retail sales, convenience goods, and gasoline. The applicant is requesting 2 waivers, both to do with natural resources. As I show an aerial of the site, you'll see the site here outlined in red. To the west, you'll have residential multifamily and also vacant land. This is zoned RM24. To the east, you will have residential single family back here and also vacant commercial establishments. This is zoned, you have CG and RS50. To the south, you have vacant land as well as residential single family farther to the south. And to the north, you have residential single family. The site runs along the CSX Railroad to the west and also Commerce Street to the south and east. As I show the site plan, might need to blow it up a little bit. As you'll see the proposed establishment here. The subject site contains a lot area of 113,769 square feet, or 2.61 acres. The proposed building height will be 23 feet, A total of 28 parking spaces are required and 36 are being provided by the applicant. There's two-way vehicular access to the site on Commerce Street and also South West Shore Boulevard. As we see the elevations of the proposed site, you'll see your convenience store and retail sales. And as I went out to the site, you'll see the current state of the site, vacant, grass. You'll have the vacant commercial back there, also residential single family behind it on the site. To the south of the site, as I stood on the railroad tracks, don't try that at home, but as I stood on the railroad tracks, you'll see the south, you'll have vacant land. And to the south and east of the site, you'll have vacant land and also residential single family. To the west of the site, you'll have vacant land as well as residential multifamily complex. After reviewing and analyzing the site and the case, development review and compliance staff has reviewed this application and finds the overall request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. If approved, modifications must be made to the site plan between first and second reading and meet all the revisions stated in the staff report.
Any questions for Mr. Hussein? No? All right, we have applicants that are virtual. We have Rachel and Nicole. If you could please turn your cameras on and raise your right hand so we can swear you in. All right, please raise your right hand. We're going to swear both of you in.
Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
And please unmute yourself. We can't hear you.
Sorry about that.
All right, go ahead. Please state your name and go and you may speak.
Okay, I'm Nicole Weir. I'm one of the applicants. We are here today on behalf of Interbay Point LLC. I'm hoping to receive positive feedback for our request for the rezone to develop a future convenience store in hopes to sell retail goods and convenience goods for the convenience store, as well as fuel. And that is what we're here for.
All right. And are you Rachel? Yes?
I'm Rachel.
Do you have anything to say or add?
We've had some positive feedback from the community, so just hoping for an approval tonight.
Any questions from council members? No? Do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak? No? I see we have Stephanie Pointer registered to speak. Is she on? Ms. Pointer, if you're on, turn on your camera, raise your right hand, we'll swear you in.
Hello?
Yes, turn your camera on, we can't see you.
Sucker is supposed to be on. Maybe go to Carolyn until I can figure it out. Save time.
Is anybody else
Everybody's-
registered?
Hold on, hold on.
No, you're the only other, there you are. Go ahead, please state your name, raise your right hand.
Oh, if Carol Ann's not here, she's in trouble. Dang, don't it?
And your camera's off again. Please raise your right
You
hand.
see
We're gonna,
me?
yes.
Yes, I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Quick and dirty. I'm excited to support this.
You gotta keep your
Can I
camera on.
speak in? Okay, you know I'm gonna, you know I'm here. I'm very
No,
excited.
we need to see you, we need to see you.
No.
Oh my gosh, this is killing me. Please bear with me, because I am deliriously tired. And I know y'all are too. Oh my God.
We have 10 more cases after this.
No, you don't. This is the last one, because we're always last.
Save the best for last.
That's all right. I've turned it on and it just keeps turning itself off.
Where is it?
There you go. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna leave it like that. How's that
Yes.
sound? Okay, so I'm excited to talk about this because south of Gandy and west of Dale Mabry, we do not have a gas station. Please, Lord Jesus, this is important. I'm excited to hear that the applicant has said that they are willing to put sidewalks in. Even though there's no sidewalks on that side of the road, I'm excited to hear them commit to that. I'd like to see some small changes in the exterior of the building because the Port Tampa Library is just across the street, and so is V.T. Clark's building, which is they're both historical buildings, so a little brick. I'm on, council, thank you. If we can deal with that, I'd be tickled pink. I know that they asked for a waiver for the brick wall or the cinder block wall to the west side that goes along the railroad tracks. I am totally against them having a wall there because what will happen is it will end up being a hiding spot for folks who have no place to live. And I'm not against no place to live, but it'll end up being a junk pile back there. And so the people who they will be shielding from with that cinder block wall, the apartments behind or to the west of them, they're gonna end up with a bunch of garbage hiding out back there. Bushes are great because they're not completely, hiding from it. But those are my big issues, and I think everybody else down here is happy to hear about it, and we're excited, and I hope that they find somebody to commit to putting a gas station in there, because we certainly need it.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, now I can go to bed. Y'all have a good evening. Thank you.
Good night. Do we have anybody else registered?
That was it.
No? All right, applicants, Nicole, do you have anything you'd like to add or any questions from council members? Councilman Citro?
If I may, to the petitioners, I say this, you realize that a lot more gas stations are putting in charging stations for EVs. That's a statement. Number two, with being so close to the petroleum source in Port Tampa, is the gas going to be cheaper? I'm jesting.
All right, anybody else? Councilman Goods?
No, move close.
Yes, Mr. Hussein, yes, sir.
Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. Last time I'll talk today, unless you want me to keep talking. Coming to the side plan here, as Ms. Pointer talked about the sidewalks here to the east of the site, and also this will be addressed during the permitting process, the sidewalks. So at this point, it's being shown by the applicant, but actually it'll be really appointed and addressed during the permitting process if approved.
All right, thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? We have a motion to close?
Move
Can we
close.
get just a last word from the applicants?
Would you like to say anything before we close, Nicole?
No, I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion to close?
Move close.
Motion to close from Councilman Goods, second from Councilman Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. Councilman Goods, would you mind reading this? And remember, there's a substitute revision sheet.
File number REZ-22-21. Ordinance being presented for first reconsideration. In ordinance, rezoning property in the general vicinity of 4801 Commerce Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification, IG Industrial General, and RM24 resident multifamily to PD plan development, retail, sales, convenience, goods, and gasoline, providing an effective date. Also adopt the findings and reasoning of the planning commission and the city staff reports. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the character of the surrounding area and furtherance of land use policy 1.2.3, 1.2.8, 9.3.1, 9.3.4, and 15.2.1. Proposed development is shown on site plan promotes or encourages development that is appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood, and adopt the revisions.
Second.
We have motion, wait, the substitute.
Substitute
Yes,
revisions.
sir. We have a motion from Councilmember Good, second from Councilmember Citro. Roll call.
Goods,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Hurtak, Miranda, Citro,
Yes.
Viera,
Yes.
and Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 5th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you so much. We're gonna go to new business. Councilmember Vieira, do you have any new business, sir?
Yes, I have some staff, planning commission ones, so bear with me. These are never fun. A request by the planning commission setting an adoption hearing for TA/CPA 22-04 for May 26, 2002 at 5:01 PM. And to direct the legal department to provide the city clerk with a form of notice for advertising the public hearings.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Motion number 2, a request by the planning commission setting a transmittal hearing for TA/CPA 22-04 and TA/CPA 22-07 for May 26, 2022 at 5:01 PM and to direct legal department to provide the city clerk with a form of notice for advertising the public hearings.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Citro. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Motion number 3, request by planning commission setting an adoption hearing for TA/CPA 21-26, TA/CPA 21-29, TA/CPA 22-01, TA/CPA 22-02, and TA/CPA 22-03 for June 23rd, 2022 at 5:01 PM. And to direct the legal department to provide the city clerk with a form of notice for advertising the public hearings.
Motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Citro. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Yes, sir.
And then I need to ratify 2 commendations, if I may. I
Yes.
presented on April 13th, 2022, in honor of National Borinqueneers Day. You could put 65th Regiment, a commendation that day, if I may have that ratified.
Motion from Councilman Vieira, do we have a second?
Second.
Councilman Citro, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Yes, sir.
And then thank you, sir. And then I motion to ratify and confirm the commendation presented to the McDonald Training Center for their 17 million SunPass transponder packaged and shipped.
Motion from Councilman Vieira, do we have a
Second.
second? Second from Councilman Citro, all in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Anything else, sir?
And that's it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councilman Carlson?
Yes, sir. I just need to make a motion to receive and file my Form 8Bs from last week for item number 43 and 44. And it was that company with whom I'm retained does business with an entity that has an interest in these matters. We don't work on these matters directly, but our clients could benefit from it, so.
We have a second from Councilman Goods, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
That's it. That's it.
Councilman Goods?
Nothing.
Councilwoman Hurtak? Nope. Councilman Citro?
Yes, if we can, I'll rattle these off rather quickly. Excuse me. Motion to reschedule the June 7th Officer of the Month commendation to June 16th, regular session, 9 a.m.
We have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilman Goods, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Yes, sir.
Move to reschedule the August 16th Officer of the Month commendation to August 25th, regular session, 9 a.m.
Second.
Motion for Councilman Citro, second for Councilman Goods, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Move to reschedule the October 11th Officer of the Month commendation to October 20th, regular session, 9 a.m.
Second.
We have a motion for Councilman Citro, second for Councilman Goods, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right.
Motion to reschedule the, where was I just at, October? The December 6th Officer of the Month commendation to December 15th, regular session, 9 a.m.
Second.
Motion for Councilman Citro, second for Councilman Goods, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Go ahead.
And I would like to wish one of our Tampa family members, Miss Abby Feely,
Yes.
a happy birthday.
Motion from Councilmember Citro to wish her a happy birthday, second from Councilmember Hurtak, all in favor? Happy birthday. Huh?
Miss Lisa, I'm sorry, am I also doing the ATUs? Yes, sir. Okay, because those weren't highlighted. I apologize. Forgive me. Rescheduling, I move to reschedule the June 7th ATU Local 1464 Employee of the Month commendation to June 16th at 9 a.m.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Goods, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
I move to reschedule the August 16th ATU Local 1464 Employee of the Month commendation to August 25th, regular session, 9 a.m.
Second.
Second from Councilman Goods, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Go ahead.
Move to reschedule the October 11th ATU Local 1464 Employee of the Month commendation to October 20th, regular session, 9 a.m.
Second.
Second from Councilman Goods, all in favor? Aye.
I also move to reschedule the December 6th ATU Local 1464 Employee of the Month commendation to December 15th, regular session, 9 a.m.
Second.
Second from Councilman Goods, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right.
And that's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Councilmember Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two of them. One, Chuck Garden, General Manager, Tampa Bay Water, has requested to speak before Tampa City Council on Thursday, June 2nd, 2022 at 9 a.m. to give the state of the Tampa Bay Water and long-term master water plan update. The presentation will take 5 to 7 minutes. You will have a PowerPoint presentation. You'd like to be first, as close to the top as possible.
Second.
We have a motion for Councilmember Miranda, second for Councilman Citro, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Go ahead.
Next one, I would like to make a motion to present accommodation to the Budget Office for receiving the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for the year 2022 budget from Government Finance Officers Association. This award is the highest form of recognition in government budgeting, and it's attainable, presents a significant achievement by our budget office. I would like to make this presentation accommodation on Tuesday, May 10th, 2022.
Second.
Motion for Councilman Miranda, second for Councilman Citro, all in favor? Aye. That's it. All right, Councilmember Miranda, I have to hand you the gavel.
All right,
I think it's
got
at the
it.
last, All right, I'd like to make a motion to present a commendation on May 10th to Eileen Rosario from Development and Growth Management, recognizing her outstanding work over the past 2 years with assisting City Council and Tampa Convention Center on the second floor of City Hall with our evening meetings.
Second.
A motion by Chairman Maniscalco, second by Mr. Citro. All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have unanimously.
All right, next I'd like to make a motion to present a commendation on May 10th to Jim and Ray from the Facilities Department, recognizing their outstanding work over the past year with assisting City Council on the second floor at City Hall with our day meetings.
Second.
Motion by Chairman Maniscalco, second by Councilmember Citro. All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have unanimously.
All right.
Can I just ask, do they have last names?
They do, but Jim Blake, I'm assuming, and Ray Cuesta.
Thank you.
But I have everything written for the clerk. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think it's Blake. People butcher my name all the time, so I try to make it easy. I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to request, I would prefer Stephen Benson. I think he's the person that I would contact on this, to come to us under staff reports to tell me or tell us about what the city code says in regards to building triplexes and quads in the city of Tampa. This is new construction. The reason I'm saying this is we have an affordable housing crisis, and I want to see if allowing or changing the code, or just know what the code is, into allowing these type of new construction. If we could just get an update in what he says. I know Stephen Benson is very knowledgeable in this, and I'd like him to come before us July 14th under staff reports.
Second.
A motion by Chairman Maniscalco, second by Mr. Goods. On the favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have unanimously.
And the last thing is, for our April 28th workshop, I'd like these items to be placed as items 3 and 4. The first one is to review the amendment of Comprehensive Plan Amendment 16-02 and to review or revisit the amendment. And then for item 4, discussion of upcoming text amendments to include privately initiated text amendments and the publicly initiated text amendments to appear. This is for the April 28th workshop agenda for items 3 and for items 4.
A motion by Chairman Maniscalco, seconded by
Second.
Mr. Citro. All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have unanimously.
Thanks. All right. Motion to receive and file?
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Citro. All in favor? Aye. We are adjourned.